श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। जोडून या करतळी घेऊया माथा, परिसावी विनंती माझी पंढरीनाथा। हसून स्वभाव आलो तुझ्या छाया, कृपादृष्टी आहे मजकडे सद्गुरुराया। अखंडित सावे ऐसे वासती पायी, सांडूनी संकोच ठाव थोडासा देई। तुका म्हणे देवा माझे वेडी वाळोळे, नावे भवपाशाचे आपुल्या डोळे। उठा पांडुरंगा हात समयोपातला, वैष्णवांचा मेला गरुड पारी दाटला। गरुड पारापासून महा द्वारापर्यंत, सुरवणांची मांगी उभी जोडून हात। शुक सनकादिक नारद तुंब भक्तांच्या कोटी, त्रिशूल डमरू घेऊन उभा गिरिजेचा पती। कलियुगीचा भक्त नामा उभा कीर्तनी, पाठीमागे उभी डोळा लावून याजनी। उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल लावा, आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणे तारा जन जीवा। गेली तुम्हा सोडून या भव समरजनी विलया, परिज्ञानाचे तुमचे भुलवियोग माया। शक्ती न आम्हा यत्किंचित चिदया साराया, तुम्हीच ते सारून जावा मुखजन ताराया। भो साईनाथ महाराज, भवती विघ्नाश करवे, अज्ञानी अमेके तव वर्णावे थोरवे। ते वर्णिता भाजले बहुवदनी शेष विधी कवी, सकृप होऊनी महिमा तुमचा तुम्हीच वदवावा। आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा। उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा, आधी व्याधी भवताप वारुणी तारा जड जीवा। भक्त मनी सद्भाव धरुणी जे तुम्हानुसरले, ध्यायास्तवते दर्शन तुमचे द्वारे उभे ठेले। ध्यानस्था तुम्हास पाहुणे मन मुचे घाले, परित्वद वचनामृत पाशायाते आतुर झाले। उघडून नेत्र कमला दीनबंधो रमाकांता, पाहिमा कृपा दृष्टी बालका जशी माता। रंजवी मधुरवाणी हरिताप साईनाथा, आम्ही फुले कार्यास्तव तुझ अष्टवितो देवा सहन करशील ऐकून द्यावे भेट कृष्ण धावा उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा आदि व्याधि भवताप वायुने सारा जड जीवा उठा बहुद्या मुख कमळा रंग मंडपी महाद्वारे झाले से दाते मला उतारे रूप पहावया दृष्टी राहील तुम्हा माई तुम्हा देऊ द्या दया जे हाल गुन्हे जागे करा देवराया गरुड हनुमंता उभे पाहती वाट स्वर्गीचे सुरवर घेऊन आले घाट झाले मुक्त द्वार लाभ झाला रोकटा विष्णुदास नामा उभा घेऊन काकडा घेऊन पंचारती बाबांची आरती उठा उठा हो बांधव भुवारुहार माधव करोनिया श्रीरामन पाहु गंभीर ध्यान कृष्णनाथा दत्त साई जडो चित्त तुझे पायी काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूपनाथ वेदे बालकन तुसेवा काम क्रोध मद मत्सरातुने काकडा केला वैराग्याचे तूप घालुने निरोगी जमिला साईनाथ गुरु भक्ती द्वयने तुम्ही पेटविला तदरुत्ते जाणुने गुरुने प्रकाश पाहिला द्वैत समाना सुनिले तत्स्वरूपी जीवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊन बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊन बालक लघु सेवा भूखे चर व्यापुने वृत्तमयी नाहसे तोचे दत्त देव शिरडी राहुने पावसे राहुन येथे अन्य स्थळी भक्ता सवधावसे निरसुनिया संकटा दासा अनुभवदाविसे न कैवल्ली लागे कोण्या देवा वा मानवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊन बालक लघु सेवा काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊन बालक लघु सेवा वद्यशदुन्दुभिये सारे अंबर हे कोंदले तरुणमूर्ती पाहण्यातुर जन शिरडी आले. राशुनी वचनामृतामुचे देहभान हरपले. सोडुनिया दुरभिमान मानस वच्चरणी वाहिले. कृपा करुणी साई मावे दास पदरी घ्यावा. चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा. काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा. चिन्मय रूप दाखवे घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा. माझ्या साईनाथा दोन्ही कर जोडून चरणी देविला माथा. काय महिमा वर्णू आता सांगणे किती. कोटी ब्रह्म हत्यामुख पाहता जाती. राही रकुमा माई उभ्या दोघी दोबाही. मयूरपेच चामरे ढाळीते साईच्या ठाई. तुका म्हणे दीप घेऊने उन्मनीत शोभा. विटेवर ये उभा दिसे लावण्य गाभा. उठा साधू संत साधा चरणतयांचे गोमटे अमृत दृष्टी अवलोका. उठा उठा हो प्रेगे शीतला जाऊया रामराजे. धरती पांडकांच्या राजे आरती देखली. जागे करा रुक्मिणीवरा देवाहे निज सुरात. वेगे मयोन करा दृष्ट होईल तयासे. दारी वाजंते वाजते ढोल दमावे गर्जते. होतसे काकड आरती माझ्या सद्गुरुरायाची. शिवनाद शंख भिडे आनंद होतसे महाद्वारी. केशवराज विटेवरी नामा शरण वंदे को. साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई भजला ठाम द्यावा पावी. संतराज गुरु माझे आई भजला ठाम द्यावा पावी. साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई भजला ठाम द्यावा पावी. श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय. प्रभात समयी नभा शुभ रवे प्रभा पाठले. स्मरे गुरु सदा अशा समयच्या छळे नाकली. म्हणून कर जोडुनी करुणता गुरु प्रार्थना. समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना. तमा निरसे भानुहा गुरु विनाशी अज्ञानता. परंतु गुरुचे करे नरविही कधी साम्यता. गुणाचे जन्म घे गुरु कृपेनी अज्ञानना. समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना रवि प्रगट हो त्वरित काल में आलसा तसा गुरु ही सोडके सकल दुष्कृति आलसा हरोणि अभिमान ही जड़ विपत्पति भावना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ गुरवि मनोवासना गुरु से उपमा से विधि हरे हरांचे उनि उठोनि मगए ते कवनिया कुहे पाहुने तुझे समातुला मन विशोभते सज्जना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ गुरवि मनोवासना समाधि उतरोनिया गुरु सलामशे कड़े त्वदीय वचनोक्ति के मधुर वारिके साकड़े अजान विपु सद्गुरु अखिल पातका भंजना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ मुरली मनोवासना आहासु समयासिया गुरु ठोनिया वैसले वियोगुनि पटाशिता तदीय आपदे नासिले असासुरित कार्या जगति को निरीक्षना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना असे बहुत शाहना करिन जा गुरुंचे कृपा न तस्वहित त्या करे करित से काम्यागपा जरी गुरु पदाधरि सुदृढ़ भक्ति में तो मना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना गुरु विनति में करे हृदय मंदिर आवसा समस्त जगहे गुरु स्वरूप चित्त सो मानसा घड़ो सतत संस्कृति मत हृदय जगत पावना समर्थ गुरु साईनाथ पुरवी मनोवासना प्रेमया अष्टकाशी पढ़ुनि गुरुवरा राखे के प्रभाती ज्ञानचे चित्तासी देतो अखिल हरुनिया गांति में नित्य शांति ऐसे ही साईनाथे कथुनि सुसविले देव्या बालकासी देव्या कृष्ण भाई नमुनि सविनये अर्पितो अष्टकाशी श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज के जय। साई रहम जग करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम जग करना बच्चों का पालन करना जाना तुमने जगत पसारा सब ही झूठ जमाना जाना तुमने जगत पसारा सब ही झूठ जमाना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना मैं अंधा हूँ बंदावता मुझसे प्रभु दिखलाना मैं अंधा हूँ बंदावता मुझसे प्रभु दिखलाना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना दासगणों कहे अब क्या बोलूं थक गई मेरी रचना दासगणों कहे अब क्या बोलूं थक गई मेरी रचना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना राम जय
ताभ्यामादन्दे अखिलांडकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगी राज महाराज समर्थ सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की ओम ध्यानम गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारधार परमां माध्यं जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाभ्यन्धकारापहां हस्तस्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने साचितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां श्रीगणेशाय नमः अस्मद्गुरुभ्यो नमः साईनाथाय नमः श्रीमहासरस्वत्यै नमः पुस्तकाधिष्ठात्री दिव्यै नमः श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय। श्री साई सच्चरित्र चैप्टर फर्स्ट। The story of grinding wheat and its philosophical significance. According to the ancient and revered customs, Demarpant names the work Sri Sai Sataritra with various salutations. First, he makes obeisance to the god Ganesha to remove all obstacles and make the work a success, and says that Sri Sai is God Ganesha himself. Then to Gadej Saraswati to inspire him to write the work, and says that Sri Sai is one with this Gadej and that he is himself singing his own life. Then to the gods Brahma, Vishnu and Shankara, the creating, preserving and destroying deities respectively, and says that Sainath is one with them and he, the great teacher, will carry us across the river of widely extensive. Then to his tutelary deity Narayana Adinatha, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by Parashurama from the sea, and to the Adi Purusha of the then to Bharadwaja Muni, into whose Gotra he was born, and also to various rishis Yajnavalkya, Bhrigu, Parashara, Narada, Vedavyasa, Saunaka, Sanadana, Sanandana, Shuka, Saunaka, Vishwamitra, Vasishtha, Valmiki, Vamadeva, Jaimini, Vishwa, Vaishampayana, Nava, Yogi, Yogindra, etc. And also modern saints such as Nivruti, Dhyanadeva, Sopana, Mukta Bhai, Janardana, Ekanatha, Namadeva, Tukarama, Kanha, and Narahari. Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. All devotees, please this holy book read respectfully and devotionally. Then you will find out yourselves. You will get a self-realization. Baba's blessing. Thank you.
Saidham, the Paryanam will start at 6 o'clock as scheduled, and we're keeping the live Baba. And anyone want to take a darshan, you can take darshan.
दीप तो करना पड़ेगा।
दीप तो रहना, इट्स ऑन, वो ऑन ही रहेगा अभी।
रहेगा लेकिन
हाँ, इसमें ऑयल चाहिए था थोड़ा सा।
नहीं, अभी इधर आदमी नहीं, हाँ नजदीक है।
இங்கே பண்ணிடலாமா இல்லாட்டி மாடிக்கு போய் பண்ணுமா?
எப்படி பண்ணணும்? எப்படியே சொல்லலாம், இங்கேயே பண்ணிடலாம். அப்ப மாடி லைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு வந்துடுறேன். இதுல பண்ண முடியும் இல்லையா? எங்க உட்காந்துக்க போறோம்?
இங்கே உட்காந்து.
சரி, நீங்க உட்காந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் படிங்க, அடுத்தது நான் இது பண்றேன். எனக்கு எத்தனை பேஜ்?
5, 6.
யாரு? சரி, யாரும் இல்லையா? நான் உப்புமாவை எழுதிடுறேன் ஒரு பேப்பர்ல எழுதி போட்டோ எடுத்து
பண்ணி விடுறேன்.
Saidham, everyone. Okay, we'll start the Paryanam, and I'm reading chapter 1, Shri Sai Satcharitra, chapter 1, Obeisance, the story of grinding wheat and its philosophical significance. According to ancient and revered custom, Hemadpant begins the word Shri Sai Satcharitra with various salutations. First, he makes obeisance to the god Ganesh to remove all obstacle and make the work success, and says that Shri Sai is the god Ganesh himself. Then to goddess Saraswati to inspire him to write the work, and says that Shri Sai is one with the goddess, and that is he himself singing his own life. Third, then to God Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar, the creating, preserving and destroying deities respectively, and says that Sainath is one of them, and he, the great teacher, will carry the across river of worldly existence. 4. Then to tutelary deity Narayan Adinath, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by Parashurama, Ram in Hindi version, from the sea, and to Adi, original Purush of the family. 5th, then to Bharadwaj Muni, whose Gotra he was born, and also to the various rishis, Yagnavalika, Bhurugu, Parashar, Narad, Vedavyas, Sanak, Sanadan, Sanat Kumar, Shuka, Shaunak, Vishwamitra, Vashishta, Valmiki, Vamdev, Jaimini, Vaishampayan, Navayogindra, etc. And also the modern saints such as Nivrutti, Jnandev, Sopan, Muktabai, Janardhan, Eknath, Namdev, Tukaram, Kana, and Narahari, etc. Then to Godfather Sadashiv, Father Raghunath, his mother who left him in his infancy, to his paternal aunt who brought him up, and to his loving elder brother. Then to readers and all the prayers to them, to give their whole and undivided attention to his work. 8. And lastly, to Guru Sri Sainath, an incarnation of Sri Dattatreya, who is a soul refugee and who will make him realize that Brahma is the reality and the world is an illusion, and incidentally to tell all beings in whom the Lord God dwells. After describing in brief the various modes of devotion according to Parashara, Vyasa, and Shandilya, etc., the author goes to relate to the following story. It was some time after 1910 that I went one fine morning to the masjid in the Shirdi to have darshan of Sai Baba. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomenon. After washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to make the preparations for grinding wheat. He spread a sack on the floor and thereon set a hand mill. He took some quantity of the wheat in the winnowing fan, and then driving up the sleeves of his kafni and taking hold of the peg of the hand mill, he started grinding the wheat. By putting a few handfuls of the wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotated it, I thought, what business Baba had with grinding of wheat when he possessed nothing and he stored nothing, as he lived on alms? Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had courage to ask Baba when he was doing what he was doing. Immediately, the news of Baba grinding wheat spread into the village, and all once the men and women ran to the masjid and flocked there to see Baba's act. Four bold women from the crowd forced their way up and, pushing Baba aside, forcibly took the peg of the handle into their hands and, singing Baba's Leelas, started grinding. At first, Baba was enraged, but seeing the woman's love and devotion, he was much pleased and began to smile. While they were grinding, they began to think that Baba had no house, no property, no children, none to look after, and he lived on alms, and therefore he did not require any wheat flour for making the bread or the roti. What will he do with this large quantity of the flour? Perhaps, as Baba is very kind, he'll distribute the flour amongst us. Thinking in this way, and while singing, they finished the grinding, and they, after putting the handmill aside, they divided four flour into the four portions and began to remove them by taking one portion per head. Baba, who was so calm and quiet up till now, got wild and started abusing them and saying, "Ladies, have you gone mad? Whose father's property are you looting away? Have I borrowed any wheat from you so that you can safely take the flour? Now do this. Take this flour and throw it on the village borders." On hearing this, the women felt abashed and, whispering amongst themselves, went into the outskirts of the village and spread the flour as directed by Baba. Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Om Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. I asked the Shirdi people, what was this that Baba did? They replied that as the cholera epidemic was spreading in the village, and this was Baba's remedy against the same. It was not wheat that was ground, but cholera itself was ground to pieces and pushed out of the village. From this time onward, the cholera epidemic subsided, and the village people were happy. I was much pleased to know all this, but at the same time, my curiosity was also aroused. I began to ask myself what earthly connection was there between wheat flour and and cholera. What was the causal relation between the two, and how to reconcile them? The incident seems to be inexplicable. I should write something on this and sing my heart's content, Baba's sweet Leelas. Thinking in this way about this Leela, my heart was filled with joy, and I was inspired to write Baba's life, that Satcharitra. And and as we know, with Baba's grace and blessing, the work was successfully accomplished. Philosophical significance of grinding. Apart from meaning, which the people of Shirdi put on this incident of grinding wheat, there is, we think, a philosophical significance too. Sai Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, yet during the long period, he did the business of grinding almost every day. Not, however, the wheat alone, but the sins, the mental and physical affliction of the mysteries and his innumerable devotees. The two stones of his mill consist of karma and bhakti, the former being the lower and the later the upper one. The handle with which the Baba worked the mill consisted of jnana. It was firm conviction of Baba that knowledge or self-realization is not possible unless there is a prayer act of grinding all impulses, desires, sins, and of the three gunas, that is sattva, raja, tama, and ahankara, which is so subtle and
డాడీ
therefore
కొంచెం
so
టీవీ నిడుతుంది డాడీ.
Sarita ji, please put it on mute.
therefore so difficult to be got rid of. This reminds of a similar story of Kabir, who, seeing a woman grinding a corn, said to his guru, Nipati Ranjana, I am weeping because I feel the agony of being crushed in this wheel of worldly existence like a corn in the handmill. Nipatranjana replied, do not be afraid. Hold fast to the handle of knowledge of this mill as I do, and do not wander far away from the same, but turn inward to the center, and you are sure to be saved. Both to Sri Sai, peace to all. Om Sri Satchidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj Ki
Maharaj Ki
Jai.
Jai.
Om Sai Ram.
Sai Saidham.
In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he would state that the reason that led him to undertake the work and about the persons qualified to read the same and some such other points. Now, in this chapter, he starts to tell the same. In the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the epidemic of cholera by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into this poetic work. I also thought that the description of these grand miracles of Sai Baba would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins. And so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and great path, incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hemant Pant thought that he was not a fit person to undertake the work. He said, when I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my own mind, then how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is the most difficult, though one may as well measure the depth of water of the seven seas or enclose the sky with cloth wrappings. I knew that this was the most venturous undertaking which might expose me to ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The premier poet saint of Maharashtra, Sri Jnaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write the lives of saints, and the saints also have a peculiar method of their own of getting the service which devotees long for successfully accomplished. The saints inspire the work, the devotee becomes only an indirect cause or instrument to achieve the end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, the poet Mahipati aspired to write the lives of saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So also in 1800 Shaka year, Das Ganu's service was accepted. The farmer wrote four works, Bhakta Vijaya, Santa Vijaya, Bhakta Leelamrit, and Santa Leelamrit, while the latter wrote two, Bhakta Leelamrit and Santa Katamrit, in which the lives of modern saints were described. In chapters 31, 32, 33 of Bhakta Leelamrit and in chapter 57 of Santa Katamrit, the sweet life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. They have been separately published in Sai Leela magazine, numbers 11 and 12, volume 17. The readers are advised to read these chapters. So also Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are described by Mrs. Savitribai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra in a small decent book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala. Das Ganu Maharaj also has composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Baba in Gujarati. Some numbers of Sainath Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Sanstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then the question of objection comes in that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should this Sacharita be written and where is its necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as infinite ocean, and all can dive deep into the same and take out precious gems of knowledge and bhakti and distribute them to the aspiring public. The stories, parables, and teachings of Sai Baba are very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded with the miseries of this worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in the worldly and in spiritual domains. If these teachings of Sai Baba, which are interesting and instructive as the Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, the devotees will get what they long for, that is, union with Brahman, mastery in eightfold yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought that I should call these stories together, that they would that would be my best upasana. This collection would be most delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshana. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expressions, the outcome of his boundless and natural self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and that he would make me quite happy here and in the next world. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
ki jai.
Krishna.
I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work, so I requested Mr. Madhav Deshpande alias Shama Baba most intimate devotee to speak to him for me. He pleaded for my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. Don't say that you are a poor fakir. And there is no necessity to write it, but if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather, your grace will accomplish the work without your consent and blessing. Nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his udi and placing his boon bestowing hand on my head, said, "Let him make a collection of stories and experiences, keep notes and memos. I will help him. He is only an outward instrument. I should write my autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it and at my feet. He who acts like this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in his house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely annihilated and there is left no trace of it, I myself shall enter into him and shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, no discussion of pros and cons or any subject. Significant and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting the title of Hemant Path, and now I begin to relate the same. I was on close friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so, but something in the meanwhile turned up which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son, the son of a friend of mine at Lonawala fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but the fever would not abate. At length, he got his guru to sit by the bedside of his son, but But this too was no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the Guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the Guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip. But the inevitable must happen. And it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandokar, who was a divisional officer, was going on tour to Basen. From Tana, he came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound for Basen. In the meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to ask for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, and so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed up my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train for Manmat, and so I booked myself for Dadar and sat in the train. While the train was to start, a Mohammedan came hostily to my compartment and seeing all my paraphernalia asked me where I was bound to. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Boribandar and not to wait at Dadar. As the Muhammad male did not stop at the other, if this title miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi next day as settled, and many doubts would have assailed me. But that was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 9 or 10 a.m. Ba- Mr. Basabe Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910 when there was only one place, that is the Sates Vada, for lodging pilgrim devotees. After alighting from the Tonga, I was anxious to leave the masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the Vada and that I should first get the preliminary darshan and then, after bath, see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Chandorkar had told me. At my senses were satisfied, and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new lease of life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get the darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives, and I cannot repay their debt. I only remember them and prostrate before his darshan. Our thoughts are changed. The force of previous actions is abated, and gradually non-attached or dispassion towards worldly objects grows up. It is by the merit of actions in many past births that such darshan is got, and if only you see Sai Baba, all the world becomes or assumes the form of Sai Baba. On the first day of my arrival,
Sarita.
sorry.
Yeah,
Om,
it's 7 and okay.
Om Sri Sachinananda Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki
jai.
jai. Thank you.
Hot discussion. On the first day of my arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between and Bala Sahib Bhati regarding the necessity of the Guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others? When we have to do our duty, why a Guru is necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the Guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus I pleaded free will. While Mr. Bhate took up the other side, that's destiny, and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Ever great men have failed. Man proposed one way, but God disposes the other, contrary way. Brush aside your cleavance, pride or egoism won't help you. This discussion with all its pros and cons went on for an hour or so, and as usual no discussion was arrived at. We had to stop the discussion ultimately as we were exhausted. The net result of this was that I lost my peace of mind and found that unless there is strong body consciousness and egoism, there would be no discussion. In other words, it is egoism which breeds discussion. Then, when we went to the masjid with others, Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit the following: what was going on in the Sathis Wada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further added, what did this Hemat Pant say? Hearing these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Sathis Wada, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know our discussion unless he be consistent, he be omniscient and inner ruler of us all? Significant and prophetic title. I began to think why Sai Baba should call me by the name Hemat Pant. This word is a corrupt form of Hemadri Pant. This Hemadri Pant was a well-known minister of the Kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devagiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was very learned, good-natured, and the author of good works, such as Chaturvarga Chintamani, dealing with spiritual subjects, and Raj Prashasti, He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of the Modi Marathi shorthand script. But I was quite the opposite, an ignoramus and of dull, mediocre intellect, so I could not understand why the name or title was conferred upon me. But thinking seriously upon it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego, so that I should always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in the discussion. Looking for the future story, we think that Baba's world, calling Mr. Dabholkar by the name Hemat Pant, was significant and prophetic, as we find that he looked after the management of Sai Sansthan very intelligently, kept nicely all the accounts, and was also the author of such a good work, Sai Satcharitra, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as jnana, bhakti, and dispassion, self surrender, and self realization. About the necessity of a guru, Hemadpan has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding this subject, but Kaka Sahib Dikshit has published his notes regarding this matter. Next day, after Hemadpan's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Sahib went to Baba and asked whether he should leave Shirdi. Baba said yes. Then someone asked, Baba, way to go. Baba said, high up. Then the man said, how is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one way also from here, Shirdi. The way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles in the way. I, Kaka Sahib asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers, and ditches, etc. on the way. If there be no guide, there is a danger of you being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Dabholkar was present on this occasion, and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the question whether Guru was a necessity. Video said okay. And he thereupon took the hint that no discussion of the problem, whether man is free or bound, is of any use in spiritual matters, but that on the contrary, real Paramatma is possible only as a result of the teachings of the Guru, as is illustrated in this chapter of the original work in the instance of great avatars like Rama and Krishna, who had to submit themselves to their gurus, Vasishta and Sandipan, respectively, for getting self realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri
Sri
Sachitana
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Maharaj ki
Ki
Jai.
Jai. Yes.
Om Sai Ram.
Sai
Sai
Ram.
Baba's sanction and promise, assignment of work to devotees, Baba's stories as beckoned light, his motherly love, Rohila's story is sweet and nectar like words. Sai Baba's sanction and promise, as described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to the writing of the Satya and said, I fully agree with you regarding the writing of Satya. You do your duty, don't be afraid in the least. Steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my leelas are returned, the avidya will vanish, and if they are attentively and devotedly listened to, the consciousness of the worldly existence will abate, and strong waves of devotion and love will arise up. And if one dives deep into my leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident, and thought that the work was bound to be a success. Then turning to Sharma Mahadav Rao Deshpande, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes, increase his devotion. And if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall beset in front and back and on all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happiness when they hear these stories. Believe me that if anybody sings my Leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristics to free any person who surrenders completely to me and who worships me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be conscious of only objects and sensations who utter my name, who worship me, who think of my stories and my life, and who thus always remember me? I shall draw out my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all the diseases will get rid of. So, hear my stories with respect. and think and meditate on them, assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the Paris will be set at rest, and if he was wholehearted and complete faith, he will be one with supreme consciousness. The simple remembrance of my name is as Sai Sai will do away with sins of speech and hearing. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works at different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and mats or ghats on rivers. Some are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent on pilgrimages. But to me was allotted the work of writing the Sai Satya being a jack of all trades, but master of none. I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult task? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So when I took the pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and himself wrote his stories. The credit of relating these stories therefore goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, that means the sight or vision of Shruti and Smriti, and therefore was not at all capable of writing the Satyataritra. But the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man talk, enables a lame man to cross a mountain. He alone knows the ways of getting things done, and he likes neither the flute nor the harmonium knows how the sounds are produced. This is the concern of the player. The oozing of Chandrakant jewel and the surging of the sea are not due to the jewel and the sea, but due to the rising of the moon. Baba's stories as beckoned light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatmen to avoid rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They disperse nectar and sweetness and make our worldly paths smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints. When they enter our hearts through the ears, the body consciousness or egoism and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubts will away, pride of the body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotee, and therefore, this is the simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Krita age was Samadama, tranquility of mind and body for Trita age, sacrifice for Dwapar worship, and for Kali age, it is singing of the name and glory of the world. This last sadhana is open to all the people of the four varnas, Brahmins, etc. The other sadhanas, yoga, tyaga, sacrifice, dhyana, meditation, and dhyana dharana, concentration, are very difficult to practice. But singing and hearing the stories and the glory of the Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We have only turned our attention towards them. The listening to and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the sense and their objects and will make the devotees dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me write his stories to, as Satyataritra. The devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on him, his form, and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, get dispassion and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this book, Satya it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Lakshmi ji. Chandana?
Om Saidham. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of her child beforehand and feeds him at her breast in time. In case of dressing and adorning the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bounds. When she sees her child well dressed and adorned, the love of the mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. Disciples. Sai Baba had the same love towards me, and I gave an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnami, 15th of Ashada day of that year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chinchalikar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows: Please look kindly at him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment, remove his anxiety, and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His plates will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be modest and humble towards all, and worship me with heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on who is Sai Baba in the prologue at the beginning of this work. Rohila's story. The story of the Rohila illustrates Sai Baba's all embracing love. One Rohila, tall and well built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kafni robe and was enamored of the Sai, who stayed there. Day and night he used to recite in a loud and harsh tone the Kalma, verses from Holy Quran, and shout Allahu Akbar, God is great. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields during the day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts. They could they could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered this nuisance for some days, trouble and for some days in silence, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check the Rohila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that the Rohila had got a very bad wife who tried to trouble the Rohila and himself, but hearing the Rohila's prayers, she dared not enter and they were at peace. In fact, the Rohila had no wife, and ba- by his wife Baba meant Durbuddhi, that is evil thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of the Rohila and asked the villagers to wait and bear with the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar like words. One day at noon, after Aarti, devotees were returning to their lodgings when Baba gave the following beautiful advice: be wherever you like, do whatever you choose. Remember this well that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all the seated in your hearts. I envelop all the creatures, the movable and immovable world. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, the harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, preserver, and destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the visible, movable, and immovable world is my word, body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chanchnikar's query, which was really mine, that I would get some job, began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come to happen as future events showed. Baba's words came true and I got a government job. But that was of short duration. Then I became free and devoted myself solely to the service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances with indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachments to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to the simple remedy that is listening to Sai Baba stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure from them salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he constantly thinks of his buried treasure. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I will speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all. Jai Sri Sadguru Sainath
Kanath
Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
Ki jai.
Thank you,
Om,
Chandra.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sanchita, go ahead.
Om Sai Ram, Chapter 4. Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Shirdi in a holy tirth. Personality of Sai Baba. Diktam of Gauli Bua. Appearance of Vitthal. Shirsagar's story. Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. Immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Three Vadas. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write Sai Satcharitra. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, 7, 8, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and an ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious. And for the establishment of righteousness, I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of to Lord and the sages and saints who are his representatives and who appear at appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, that is the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas, neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to usurp the duties of other classes, when spiritual perceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religion people indulge in malpractices, when people belonging to different sects fight amongst themselves, when Brahmins fail to do Sandhya adoration and the Orthodox leave their religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that wealth, progeny, wife are their sole concern and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then saints appear and try to set matters right by their words and action. They serve as a beacon light and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, that is, Nivrutti, Dhyandev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Narsibhai, Sajan Kesai, Savata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people. And so the present advent came as Sri Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy tirth. The banks of the Godavari River in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to many a saint, prominent amongst them being Daneshwar.
Shirdi also falls in the Kopargaon Taluka or the Ahmednagar district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopargaon, one gets on my way to Shirdi. When you get 3 kilometers, 9 miles, you come to Nimgaon, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is as famous and well known as other holy places like Gangapur, Nirsinhawadi, Amdumbar on the banks of Krishna River. As the devotee Damoji flourished and blessed Mangalved near Pandharpur, as Samartha Ramdas at Sajangarh, as Sri Narsimha Saraswati at Saraswati Wadi, so Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed it. Personality of Sai Baba. It is on account of Sri Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of a personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this sansar, worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was the repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnav devotees, most generous, like Karma, amongst all, the quintessence of all essences. He had no love for perishable things and was always engrossed in self realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in the things of this world or of the world beyond. His, his antarang heart was as clear as a mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich or poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor and dishonor. He was the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the actings and the dances of Nautch girls, and heard ghazal songs. Still, he swerved not an inch from samadhi, mental equilibrium. The name of Allah was always on his lips. When the world awoke, he slept. And while the world slept, he was vigilant. His inner self was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his action could be definitely determined. And though he sat in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told hundreds of stories daily. Still, he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid or walked morning, noon, and evening towards Lendi, Nala, and Chowdi. Still, he at all times abided in the self. Though a siddha, he acted like a sadhak. He was meek, humble, egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba. And as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Dhaneshwar elevated Alandi, Eknath did to Paitan, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass leaves and stones of Shirdi, for they could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take his dust on their head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandharpur, Jagannath, Dwarka, Banaras, and Rameshwar. Badri Kedar, Nasik, Trambakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar Gokal. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Ved and Tantra. It quietened our sansar, world consciousness, and rendered self-realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Triveni Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting, eating his udi, sacred ashes, and prasad was all purifying. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Ram, who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma, absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of dvandvas, opposites. Never dejected nor elated, he was always engrossed in his self as existence, knowledge, and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka, now Bangladesh, and Konkan. Thus, the fame of Sai Baba spread far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and be blessed. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, would become quiet at once. They got here the same unparalleled joy that devotees get at Pandharpur by seeing Vitthal Rakhumai. This is not an exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Gauli Bua, an old devotee by name Gauli Bua, aged about 95 years, was a workari of Pandhari. He stayed for 8 months at Pandharpur and for 4 months, Ashad to Kartik, Asad to Kartik, July to November, on the banks of the of Ganga. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year, he made his wadi or trip to Pandharpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved most. He used to gaze at Baba saying, "This is Padharinath Vitthal incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless." This Gauli Bua was an old devotee of Vithoba and had made many a trip to Pandhari, and he had testified that Sai Baba was the real Pandharinath. Vitthal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered, "Allah Malik," God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously, day and night, for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nam Saptaha. Once he asked Das Ganu Maharaj to do the Nam Saptaha. He replied that he would do it, provided he was assured that Vitthal would appear at the end of the 7th day. Then Baba, placing his hand on his chest, assured him that certainly Vitthal would appear, but for that the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri Thakur of Dakurnath, the Pandhari of Vitthal, the Dwarka of Ranchod, Krishna, is here, Shirdi. One need not go far out to see Dwarka. Will Vitthal come here from some outside place? He is here. Only when the devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vitthal will manifest himself here. That is Shirdi. After the Saptah was over, Vitthal did manifest himself in the following manner. Kaka Sahib Dikshit was as usual sitting in meditation after his bath. He saw Vitthal in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked him point blank, "Did Vitthal Patil come? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly, otherwise he will escape if you are even a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vitthal darshan. A hawker came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vithoba. This picture exactly tallied with the figure that had appeared in Kaka Sahib's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's words, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was much surprised and delighted. He brought one picture of Vithoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Video.
Bhagwant Rao Shirsagar's story. How found was Baba for Vittal worship was illustrated in Bhagwant Rao Shirsagar's story. The father of Bhagwantarao was a devotee of Vitoba and used to make Varis annual trips to Pandharpur. He also had an image of Vitoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything, the Vari, the worship, and Shraddha ceremony, etc. When Bhagwantarao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivadya, and so he starved Vittal and me. So I brought him here. I shall demonstrate him now and set him to worship." Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. The Hindus think that a bath in the holy Tirth of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet, is very meritorious, and thousands of pilgrims go there periodically to have the sacred bath there. Once Das Ganu thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prayag is here, believe me." Then, wonder of wonders, when Das Ganu placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga, Yamuna, water from both the toes of Baba. Seeing this miracle, Das Ganu was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration, and tears filled my eyes. Inwardly, he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his Leelas. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents' birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding these, but no satisfactory answer or information has yet been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls. Namdev being found on the bank Bhimrati River by Gunyai, and Kabir on the bank Bhagyarati River by Tamal. Similar was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then, he seemed to be full of knowledge of Brahma. He had no desire for worldly objects, even in dreams. He kicked out Maya, and Mukti, deliverance, was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chokdar, described him thus: "This young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asan. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding heat and cold. By day, he associated with none. By night, he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking whence this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly, he looked very young, but by his action, he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of dispassion and was an enigma to all. One day, it so happened that God Khandoba possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, "Deva, you please inquire, what blessed father's son is this lad, and whence did he come?" God Khandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was seen in which 4 samays light was burning. The corridor led to a cellar where cow-mouthed shaped structures, wooden boards, rosaries were seen. Khandova said, "This lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off by telling them that this was his guru's place, his holy vatan, and they requested them to guard this well. The people then closed the corridor as before. As Ashwatha and Odumbar trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Mahalsapati and other Shirdi devotees regard the site as the resting place, Samadhi Sthan of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. Three Vadas. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was brought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sathe, and on the site, a big building styled Sathe's Vada was erected. This Vada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked here. A platform was built around the neem tree, and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the steps, there is a niche facing south, and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that who burns incense there on Thursdays and Friday evenings will, by God's grace, be happy. This Vada was old and dilapidated and needed near repairs. The necessary repairs, additions, and alterations have been made now by the Sansthan, and after some years, another Vada, Dikshit Vada, was constructed. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to England. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure the lameness of his mind and then that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on 10/12/1910. On this day, two other important events took place. Mr. Dada Sahib Khaparade was given permission to return home, and the night aarti at the Chowdi was started. The Vada was completed and was inhabited on the Ram Navami day in 1911 with due rites and formalities. Then another Vada or palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire Mr. Bhuti of Nagpur. A lot of money was spent on this building, but it was all well utilized as Sai Baba's body is resting in this Vada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. Three Vadas thus came up where there was none formerly. Of this, Sathe's Vada was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of a woman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and is coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil, the company of Devidas, Janki Das, and Gangagir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohiddin Tamboli, residing in the masjid, love of Mr. Dengle, and other devotees and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bo to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sachidananda
Om the Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Jai. Thank you, Deepankar. Yes, yeah, you can.
Baba's chapter 5. Baba's written with Chand Patil's marriage party, welcomed and addressed as Sai, contact with other saints, his attire and daily routine, the story of the Padukas, wrestling bout with Mohiddin and change in life, turning water into oil, the pseudo Guru Jawahar Ali. Written with Chand Patil's marriage party. As hinted in the last chapter, I shall describe first how Sai Baba returned to Shirdi after his disappearance. There lived in Aurangabad district, Nizam state, in a village called Dhoop, a well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months, he made a diligent search. He could get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling 4 kos and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree at the foot of which sat a fakir, queer fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni, long robe, and had a satka, short stick under his arm, and was preparing to smoke a chilim pipe. On seeing Chand Patil pass by, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a while. The queer fellow or fakir called him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare which was lost some time back. The fakir asked him to make a search in the nala close by. He went, and the wonder of wonders, he found the mayor there. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an Avalia, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mayor. The chilim was ready for being smoked, but the two things were wanting: one, fire to light the pipe, and water to wet the chapi, piece of cloth through which smoke is drawn up. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live ember, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground from where water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with that water, then wrung out and wrapped around the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked the chilim and also gave it to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept the hospitality. Next day, Next day, he went to Patil's house and stayed there for some time. Patil was a village officer of Dhoop. His wife, the brother's son, was to be married, and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start from for Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Dhoop, except the fakir, who stayed back in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai? When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of a banyan tree in Bhagat Mahalsapati's field near Khandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Khandoba's temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Mahalsapati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him. Yeah, Sai, welcome Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and henceforth he became Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas had been living in Shirdi for many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chowdi and sometime lived there. Then came another saint by name Devidas. Baba spent most of his time in Devidas went to Baba's suggestion. He was also one Vaishya householder saint from Puntambe by name Gangagir or also frequented Sikkim. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said, "Look at him, that's the Shirdi where he got this precious well. This man carrying water today, this man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land Shirdi was fortunate and meritorious, secured this jewel. Also, one famous saint by the name Anandanath of Devalia Math is a disciple of Akolkot Maharaj. Akolkot Maharaj came to Shirdi with some people when he saw Sai Baba. He said openly, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he's not a ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize this in the near future." Saying this, he returned to Yavala. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Yes.
Baba's dress and daily routine. In his young days, Sai Baba grew the hair on his head and never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of marigold, jail, and jui, and cleaning them, and after cleaning them, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vaman Thatia supplied him daily with 2 unbaked earthen pitchers. With these, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they broke as they were made of mud and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers again. The course went on for
అది కుక్కర్ ఏంది అది సైడ్ నుంచి ప్రెజర్ వచ్చేస్తుంది పైనుంచి రాకుండా
This course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and effort, there grew a garden. On this site at present stands the big mansion, Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented by so many devotees. The story of Padukas and footprints under the neem tree. A devotee of Akalkot Maharaj by name Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakhar worshipped the photo of Akalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akalkot in Sholapur district and take the darshan of the Padukas, footprints of the Maharaj, and offer his sincere prayer there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer my worship." So Bai changed his plan and came to Shirdi and worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of his vision, etc., he prepared the padukas and installed them on the auspicious day of Shravan in Shaka 1834, that's 1912 AD, under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities, conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasni. One Dikshit Brahman was appointed for worship and the management was entrusted to the devotee Shagun. Complete version of the story. Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamalthar of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made enquiries about this matter with Sagun Meru Naik and Govind Kamalakar Dikshit and published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, Volume 11, Number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834 Shaka, 1912 AD, one Dr. Ramarao Kothare of Mumbai came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. His compounder and his friend, Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakhar, accompanied him. The compounder and Bai became intimate with Sagun Meru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of Sai Baba's first advent at Shirdi and his sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then Bai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter was made known to his master, Dr. Ramarao Kothare, he would prepare nice padukas for this purpose. All liked this proposal and Dr. Kothare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the padukas. He went to Upasni Maharaj in Kandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements, that is, drew a lotus, flowers, conch, disc, mace, etc., and suggested that the following shloka, verse regarding the neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogic powers be inscribed. The verse goes as follows. Sadanimba vrukshasya mooladivas udasavritam vinam Tama priyantham priyam tham tarum kalpa vrukshadikam sadayantam namamishwaram sadgurum sayinatham. Upasani's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The padukas were made in Mumbai and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th day of Shravan, and on that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Kandoba's temple to Dwaraka Mai Masjid in a procession, and Baba touched the padukas, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asked the people to install them at the foot of the neem tree. How to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Lakshmi, thank you. Yeah, Vasudevanji, you can start.
Om Avadotaya Vidmhe Sachidanandaya Dhimahi Tanno Sainada Prachodayat. A day earlier, one Parsi devotee of Mumbai named Pasta Sethi sent 25 rupees by money order. Baba gave this sum for the installation of the padukas. The total expense of installation came up to rupees 100, out of which 75 were collected by the subscriptions. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dikshit worshipped the padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Kancheswar Jakadi. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kothare sent 2 rupees per month for lighting the lamp, and he also sent the railing around the padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi was 7 rupees 8 annas presently, which is 7 rupees 50 paise. And the roofing was paid by Sagun Meru Naik, Now Jhakadi does the worship and Sagunmir Naik offers Naivedya and lights the evening lamp. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had to come to Shirdi at the installation of Padukas. In Shaka 1834, on his way to Akkalkot, he wanted to go to Akkalkot. After taking the darshan of Baba, he asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The Maharaj of that place is here. It's myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.B. Dev concluded that Hemad Pant did not know these details. Had he known them, he would not have failed to depict them in his Satcharita. Wrestling bout with Muhyiddin Tamboli and change in lifestyle. To return to the other stories of Baba, there was a brother in Shirdi by name Muhyiddin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some points and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni, wore a langot, and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his bed and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother of the poor. Gangagir was also very fond of wrestling. One day, while he was wrestling, a similar feeling of disposition descended over him, and at the proper time he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with the god. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a mat on the banks of the river near Putambe and lived there with his disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By the day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes in the shade of babul tree near the stream on the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at on random and go times to Negamam. Therefore, he frequented the house of Bala Saheb Dangle. Baba loved Mr. Bala Saheb. His younger brother named Nana Saheb had no son. Though he married a second wife, Bala Saheb sent Nana Saheb for taking darshan of Sri Sai Baba. And after some time, with his grace, Nana Saheb got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in a large numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Sahib Chandorkar and Keshav Shidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during the day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chilim, a tobacco, a thermal long kafni, a piece of cloth round his head, and a satka, which is a short stick, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on his head had twisted like a matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kupin and fixed warding off cold. He always sat in front of Duni facing south, with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that Duni, he offered the oblation of egoism, desires, and always uttered Allah Mali, in which he sat. He sat was only the two-room dimensions, where all the devotees came and saw him. After 1912, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and pavement was constructed before Baba came to live to this masjid. He lived there for a long time in place of Takia, where Gungru tried to his ankles. Baba danced beautifully with a sang and tender of love, turning the water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from the shopkeepers and keep the lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went for some time. The Baniyas who supplied oil gratis once met together and decided not to give him the oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamps. The Banyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the thermal, which contained a very little, few drops of oil, put the water into it and drank it, and then forced it out, fall into the container. After consecrating the tiny pot in this way, he again took the water from the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of watching the Banyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The Banyas repented and apologized to the Baba and forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo Gurjawar Ali. 5 years after wrestling bout above mentioned, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawar Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in Pakal near Veerabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran and had a sweet tongue. Many religions and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of people, he started to build Eidgah near Veerabhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair on account of the Jawhar Ali and had to leave to Rahata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk. He began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela. Then both Guru and chela decided to return to Rahata and live there. The Guru never knew disciples' worth, but the disciple knew the shortcomings of Guru. Still, he never disrespected him. Observing carefully his duties, he even served the master in the various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their mainstay was in Rahata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like the Baba should stay away from them in Rahata. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met the Baba near Eidgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that Fakir was an angry, ill-tempered fellow. He would not leave him and that they should better go back to Shirdi without him before Fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the Fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some hot discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devi Das and he was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with a marriage party, this Devi Das, aged about 10 or 11 years, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devi Das had fine features and brilliant eyes. He was dispassionate, incarnate, and dhyan. Many people, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others, regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawahar was worsted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in the Bijapur and returned after so many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was the Guru and Sai Baba. His chela was cleared away as he repented. Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by his conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end was self-realization. This story is told here according to the version given by Mahalsapati. In the next chapter, Ramanavami festival, the masjid, the former condition, and later improvement in all, etc. will be discussed. Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sai Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai. Thank you so much. Kasturi?
Chapter, yes. Om Sri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Chapter 6. Ram Navami Festival and Masjid Repairs. Efficacy of the touch of Guru's hand. Ram Navami Festival, its origin, transformation, repairs to the masjid. Before describing Ram Navami Festival and Masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadguru as follows. Efficacy of the touch of Guru's hand. Where real or Sadguru is the helmsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings to mind Sai Baba. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Udi, sacred ashes to my forehead and placing his hand of blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows through my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the touch of Guru's hand. The subtle body, consisting of thoughts and desires, which cannot be burned by the world dissolving fire, is destroyed by the mere touch of Guru's hand, and the sins of many past births are cleaned and washed away. Even the speech of those whose heads feel annoyed when they hear religious and godly talks attains calmness. The seeing of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throat with joy, makes the eyes overflowing with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us, I am He, Brahman, consciousness, manifests the joy of self realization and dissolving the distinction of I and thou, there and then, makes us one with the supreme, one reality. When I begin to read scriptures at every step, I am reminded of my Sadguru, Sai Baba, who assumes the form of Rama or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavad, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavad or Uddhava, Gita, songs of teaching of Lord Sri Krishna to his disciple, Uddhava, for the welfare of the devotees. When I begin to chit chat, I am at once put in mind of Sai's story for enabling me to give suitable illustrations. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences, but when he of his own accord makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and gives him his own power, makes him gain his object, and thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders heart and soul to him, then unsolicited, all the chief objects of life, dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are easily and unsolicitedly attained. Four paths of karma, namely of karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti, lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you, relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight, it will take you to the destination, God. So says definitely Sai Baba. After philosophizing about the existent, self existent Brahman, his power, Maya, to create this world and the world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same. The author quotes Sai Baba's words guaranteeing the welfare of the Bhaktas. There will be no dearth or say scarcity regarding food and clothes in any devotee's homes. It's my special characteristic that I will always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly with their minds ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord. Leave the worldly honors, try to get Lord's grace and blessings, and be honored in His court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of deity should be firmly fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and mind be ever devoted to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always. So then it will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm and peaceful and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged. After quoting these words, the author goes on to relate the story of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. As Ram Navami is the greatest festival celebrated at Shirdi, another fuller account, as published in Sai Leela magazine, of 1925, page 197. It is also referred to and a summary of the festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. One Mr. Gopalrao Gund was a circle inspector at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives but had no issue. With Sai Baba's blessings, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt regarding the event, an idea of celebrating a fair or urus occurred to him in the year 1897 AD, and he placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees, namely Tatya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Madhavrao Deshpande Shama. They all approved of the idea and got Sai Baba's permission and blessings. Then an application for getting the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus was made. But as the village Kulkarni reported against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urus was fixed on the Ramnavami day after having consultation with Sai Baba. It seems he had some end in view in this, namely, the unification of the 2 fairs of festivals, the Urus and the Ramnavami, and the unification of the 2 communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans.
Okay. Yeah.
As future showed,
Chestnut.
this end
Garage lo పెట్టాలి పక్కోళ్ళకి కొట్టమంటాను
though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was a scarcity of water. There were 2 wells in the village. The one in use dried up soon, and the water in the second one was brackish. This brackish water was turned into sweet one by Sai Baba by throwing flowers into it. The water of this well was insufficient, so Tatya Patil had to arrange to get water from a well by fixing moats, leather sacks, thereon at a considerable distance. Then temporary shops had to be constructed and wrestling bouts arranged. Gopal Rao Gund had a friend by name Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny. Though he married 2 wives, he too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons, and Mr. Gund prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply one simple flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahab Nimonkar to supply another embroidered flag. Both these flags were taken in procession through the village and finally fixed at the 2 ends of the corners of the masjid, which is now called by Sai Baba as Dwarka Mai. This is being done even now. Om Sri Sachitanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you, Kasturi. Josna?
Yeah. Om Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. The sandal procession. There was another procession which was started in this fair. This idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shakkar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Kola. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal, chandan paste and scraping are put in the thali, flat dishes, and these are carried with incense burning before them in procession to the accompaniment of band and music through the village, and then after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar niche and the walls of the masjid with hands. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakkar for the first 3 years, and then afterwards by his wife. So one day, the 2 processions, the flags by the Hindus and that of sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side and are still going on without any arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned out on the occasion and took a leading part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patil looked to all outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left to the Radha Krishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look to their needs and also to arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to wash out and clean the whitewash the entire masjid, its walls and floor, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the ever burning dhuni, sacred fire of Sai Baba. This work she did during the night when Sai Baba went to sleep, and during the night when went to sleep every alternate day in the chowdi. She had to take out all the things, including even the dhuni, and after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also a great item in this fair for this purpose. Cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radhakrishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this affair. Transformation of Urs into Ram Navami festival. Things were going on in this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912 AD, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishna Rao Jageshwar Bhishma, the author of the pamphlet Sai Sagunopasana, came for the fair with Dada Sahib Kaparde of Amroti, and was staying on the previous day in the Dikshit Vada. While he was lying on the veranda, and while Mr. Lakshman Rao alias Kakka Mahajani was going down with the puja materials to the masjid, a new thought arose in his mind, and he costed the letter thus: there is some providential arrangement in the fact that the Urs of the Urs or fair is celebrated in Shirdi on the Ram Navami day. This day is very dear to all the Hindus. Then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Rama, here on this day? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea, and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure the Aharidas, who would perform kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Rama Akhyan composition on Rama's birth was ready, and he would do the kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Suntvada, ginger powder mixed with sugar, as prasad prepared by Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew all things and what was passing there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Vada. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings, etc. A cradle was supplied by Radhakrishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishma stood up for Kirtan and Mahajani played on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubting whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered the Ram Navami festival had commenced and the cradle was to put on that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the nimber niche and placed it around his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then commenced the kirtan. When it came to a close, pound sounds of victory of Rama went up, and gulal, red powder, was thrown up all around. Amidst the band and music, everybody was enjoying. When suddenly a roaring was heard, the red powder thrown promiscuously all around went up, somehow entered Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened by this scene and took to their heels. Those intimate devotees who knew Baba well took these scoldings and outpourings of Baba as blessings in disguise. They thought that when Rama was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravana and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radhakrishna Mai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle. And she asked Mahajani to get the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including Maha Puja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet finished. Next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curds is hung, only to be broken after the kirtan and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Sri Krishna among his cowherd friends, were performed. And then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed while the Ram Navami festival was thus going on. The procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the Urs of Baba was transformed into Ram Navami festival. Om Satchidanand Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj Ki
Maharaj
Jai.
ki jai. Thank you, Josna. Anita, you can continue and finish the chapter. Anita, you're on mute, I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Okay.
I was using headphones. Om Shri Sai Ram. From next year, 1913, the items of the program of Ram Navami began to increase. Radha Krishna Mai started a Nama Saptaha, singing the glory of God's name continuously day and night for 7 days. From 1st of Chaitra, for this all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it, sometimes early in the morning. As Ramanavami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani met accidentally Balabuva Mali, who was known as modern Tukaram, and got him to do the Kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Balabuva Satarkar of Brihasiddha Kavate, district Satara, could not act as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was prevailing in his town. So he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit, he did the Kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 by Sai Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Ganu Maharaj permanently. And since that time, he has been successfully and creditably conducting that function up till now. Since 1912, the festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to the 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like the beehive of men. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts. Feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. Hard work and sincere efforts of Radhakrishna Mai turned Shirdi into a Sansthan state. Paraphernalia increased. A beautiful horse, a palanquin, chariot, and many silver things, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc., were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Through all this paraphernalia increased enormously. Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and the Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions, and during the entire festival, there has been no hitch or quarrel between them at all so far.
First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to collect, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic or any riots worth the name during so many past years. Returns to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gun just as he started the Urus or fair. He thought that he should put the masjid in order. So, in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar, and the payment work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. First, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have these works done, but with the intervention of Mahalaspati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. When the payment was completed in one night in the masjid, Baba took a small gadi for his seat, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used until then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put in order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to extend it and put on it a roofing. At great expense, he got iron posts and pillars and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts. But Baba, when he returned from Chavdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with other hand caught the neck of Tatya Patil. He took by force Tatya's petar, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if it were for an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya also was much frightened. None knew that what was going on to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Paguji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a little boldly advance, but he was pushed out by Baba. Madhavrao was also similarly treated. He being pelted with brick pieces. So all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered pater, and himself tied it on Tatya's head, as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were at a loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patil, and why his anger cooled down. In the next moment, Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but soon after, with or without any pretext, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers, and other matters will be dealt with. Poor to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sadhguru
Maharaj Ki
Sainath Maharaj ki
Jai.
jai.
Jai. Thank you, Anu.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you so much. Anuradha?
Yeah.
Yeah, you will start chapter 7, and I told you, right, where to stop. Yeah.
Yes. Sadhguru Sainath ki jai.
Jai.
Wonderful incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhauti, which is stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of linen 3 inches in breadth and 22.5 inches in length. Khanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you think that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you think him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ram Navami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival and gave good prizes to winners. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopal Kaka ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed Mohammedans to say their prayers in his masjid. Once in the Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tajia or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in a procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the fifth day removed it out of the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes according to Hindu fashion. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision. Though, according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Wide article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by BVDO, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he always had the dhuni or the sacred fire there. And the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan, giving of food and worship of Baba's feet by means of agya, that is water, were always allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make enquiries about his nationality were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshana. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. See below this paragraph. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Such a one as Sai Baba was saw no difference between caste and even beings and beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Note: Mahalspati, an intimate Shirdi devotee of Baba who always slept with him in the masjid and Chavadi, said that Sai Baba told him that he was a Brahmin of Patari and was handed over to a fakir in his infancy. And when he told this, some men from Patari had come, and Baba was inquiring about some men from that place. Wide Sai Leela, 1924, page 179. 2. Mrs. Kashibai Kanetkar, the famous learned woman of Pune, says in the Experience number 8, published on page 79, Sai Leela, volume 11, 1934, on hearing of Baba's miracles, we were discussing according to our theosophic convention and fashion whether Sai Baba belonged to black or white lodge. When once I went to Shirdi, I was thinking seriously about this in my mind. As soon as I approached the steps of the masjid, Baba came to the front and pointing to his chest and staring at me, spoke rather vehemently. This is a Brahmin, pure Brahmin. He has nothing to do with black things. No Musalman can dare to step in here. He dared not. Again pointing to his chest, this Brahmin can bring lakhs of men on the white path and take them to their destination. This is a Brahmin's masjid, and I won't allow any black Mohammedan to cast his shadow here. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhakas, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered with his tongue, Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. He never liked discussion or arguments. He was always calm and controlled, though irritable at times, always preached full Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge, still he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the Lord God in Shirdi. Peace be to Baba Sachinand Sainath Ki Guru Bhai.
Thank you, Anuradha. Yeah, Venkat.
Yep. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Through Tatya Patil, the temples of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar, Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 or 50 to others every day. People were immensely benefited by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Kushta, leprosy, was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicines being put in their eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asan near the Duni and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhoti around his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village, examined the patients, and gave them medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a Hakim doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had an eye quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors could use ointment, Anjan's cow milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, some corpus uncarved marking nuts, and made two balls of them and thrusted them on each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage across them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and pupils became white and clean. Though the eyes were very delicate, the biba crushed and caused no hurt, but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only an instance in this regard. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all the processes and practices of the yoga. Two of them will be described here. Bhauti Kriya and a cleansing process. Baba went to the well near banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid every third day, washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaning them inside out, and placed them on the jamba tree for drying. There are persons in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to the fact. Ordinary dhoti is done by moist piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 22 feet long. The piece is gulped through the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach and for about half an hour, and for being reacted to there and then taken out. But Bad Baba's dhoti was quite unique and extraordinary. Kanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. One gentleman went to masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying at separate places. He was much terrified of. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being backed at to pieces and murdered. He thought that he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew nothing and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. By the next day, when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and healthy as before. He thought what he had seen in the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency. He attained his he charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave health to many poor and suffering people. The famous doctor of the devotees, the famous doctor of the doctors, care not for his interests, but always work for the good and welfare of others. Baba himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many at a time in the process. One such instance I give below, which will show all pervasive and most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba, all pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali and warming himself. He was pushing firewood into the Duni, which was briefly burning. A little later, instead of pushing logs of the wood, Baba pushed his arm into the Duni, and arms was scorched and burnt. This was noticed by the errand boy Madhavan, or also by Madhavrao Deshpand Sharma. They at once ran Baba, and Madhavrao clasped Baba and his waist from the behind and dragged him forcibly and asked, Deva, for what have you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of the furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that her children was on her lap. She got up hastily and clasped us, and the child slipped to the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burnt, but I'm glad that the life of the child is saved. Satchinand Sadhguru Sai Naik Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
Om Sairam. Leper Devotee Service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burned from Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Parmanand of Mumbai, with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lint and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Parmanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Since that day, the burnt arm was dressed by Bhagoji Shinde, a Lepo devotee. His treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it lightly. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Parmanand with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Parmanand himself made several requests, but Baba postponed it by saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Parmanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba's Samadhi. Sai Baba, a perfect Siddha as he was, did not really want this treatment. But out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana, service of Bagoji, to go on uninterrupted all long. When Baba started Olendi, Bagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning when Baba sat near the post close to Dudani, Bagoji was present and started his service. Bagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk, his body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master Kharpade's plague case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Kharpade, the wife of Dada Sahib Kharpade of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with her young son, for some days. One day the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Vada in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will disperse and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed to all present four fully developed bubos as big as eggs and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The heart of the saint is softer than wax, it is soft in and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandharpur, I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was a Mamladar at Nandurpur in Khandesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhavya Kuntha, heaven on the earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit at Shirdi, his Pandharpur, see and salute his Vithoba, and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this as his eyes were everywhere. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Nimgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Malsapati, Appa, Shinde, and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandhari are open. Let us sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus, the bhava of the song being, "I have to go to Pandharpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the home of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated himself before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. This solicitation was not necessary as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi, and blessings, Nana Sahib left for Shirdi. There is no end to Baba's stories. But let me now stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Baijabai's service, and other stories. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda
The
Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Kavita ji. Sandhya, you will start and on the chapter 48, you will stop till that Baba begging food. From there, someone else will continue. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you. Sairam, everyone. Importance of human Sai Baba begging food by Sai Baba's monetary is a fraction of culture. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemat Pant now explains at length in his preliminary remarks on the importance of human birth, and then proceeds to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Baijabai served him in the masjid with Tatya Kotipatil and Mahalsapati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahata. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions, 84 lakhs, according to Hindu calculation, of creatures or beings, including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures or souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions. And when this is done, they are cast on, while those souls whose sins are demerits, its preponderate, go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds for so long a time as they deserve. When their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given to chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both drop down, are got rid of completely, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter into nutshell, souls get their births of transmigrations according to their deeds and intelligence development of their minds. Special value of human body. As we all know, four things are common to all the creatures. Example, food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of a man, he is endowed with a special faculty like knowledge with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other birth. It is for these reasons that God envies man fortune and aspire to be born as men on earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some say they that there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, vulgum, and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is no doubt true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of human body is that man has got the capacity of acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human knowledge that one can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world and get it discussed for the sense enjoyments and can discriminate between the unreal and the real and thus attain God vision. So if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we fondle it and run after sense enjoyments because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the following: that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler or horseback takes care of his pony and the way till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various sorts of creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty, knowledge, and when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. Bhagavad Gita 11-9-28. So really it is good luck to get a human body. Better luck to to get birth in a Brahmin family, and best one to get an opportunity of having recourse to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor. Realizing how precious the human life is and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay but make every possible haste to gain our subject, just as a widower is most anxious to get himself married to a new bride, or just as king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. So, with all honestness and speed, we should strive to attain our end, like self-realization, casting aside sloth and laziness, warding off drowsiness. We should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of beast. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint or sage, Sadguru, who has himself attained God vision. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious lectures and study of religious works is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls, just as the sun alone gives light which all the stars put together cannot do. So the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom which all the sacred books and sermons cannot infuse. His movements and simple and talks give us silent advice. The virtues for forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc., are absorbed by the disciples. They are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, he was always engrossed in the self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasure, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a paper were the same to him. He, he, he whose glance would turn a beggar into a king, used to beg his food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us now see how he did it.
Om Shri Sachidananda
Ananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Thank
Jai
you,
Shri
Sandhya.
Ram.
Yeah, Anand, you can continue.
Jai Shri Ram. Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "O lassie, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tumbrel, and in the other a joli or chaupadari, that is a rectangular piece of cloth. He daily visited certain houses and went from door to door. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk, or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, and such solid things were taken in the joli. Baba's tongue knew no taste, as he had acquired control over it. So how could he care for the taste of the different things collected together? Whatever things he got in his heart's content, in his zoli and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as if his tongue was devoid of the sense of taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was thrown in a kundi, that is earthen pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he? He who, even in dreams, never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people. Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by this name. How could one who lived on alms by begging a few crumbs of bread be revered and respected? But this fakir was very liberal of heart and hand, disinterested and charitable. Though tough, he looked fickle and restless from outside. He was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, even in that small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such instance is given below. Baijabay's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Baijabai, used to go to the woods every noon with the basket on her head containing breads and vegetables. She roamed in the jungles, course about 3 miles, course after course trampling over bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after hunting him out, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation, while she placed a leaf before him, spread the eatables, bread, vegetables, etc. thereon, and fed him forcibly. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and forced Baba to the partake of lunch. Her service, upasana, or penance, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till his Mahasamadhi. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son magnificently. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakir was the real lordship, as it was everlasting and the so-called lordship was transient. After some years, Baba left off going into the woods, began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. From that time, Baijaba's troubles of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of Trio. Even blessed are the saints in whose heart Lord Vasudev dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kote Patil and Bhagat Magalsapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both equally. These three persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards their east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another at the center. Stretching their beds, they lay on them, chit chatting and gossiping about many things, till late at midnight. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he hugged him close, stroked his legs, and kneaded his back. In this way, for full 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved Chandra Banshet Marwadi of Rahata. After the demise of Shet, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or even perhaps more and watched his welfare day and night. Sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga with intimate friends, Baba went to Rahata. People of that village came out with band and music and received Baba at the west or gate of the village and prostrated before him. Then he was taken into the village with great pomp and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good lunch. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessing to all. Shirdi is midway between and equidistant from Raghata on one side and Nimgaon on the other. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any railway train nor traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the time of arrival and departure of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions regarding their departure, which were given by him at the time of taking his leave, fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace to be all. Om Sri Samartha
Ananda Sadguru Sainath
Ki Jai.
Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Anand. Thank you so much. Shefali?
Yes.
Yes, you can start chapter 9. Thank you.
Okay. Chapter 9 Effect of Compliance and Non Compliance with Baba's Orders at the Time of Taking Leave. A few instances mendicancy and its necessity. Devotees, Tarkhan families experiences Baba's fed sumptuously. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mischief. This statement will be amplified and illustrated. with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristics of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited troubles. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when devotees bid went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tonga to Kopergaon Bazaar. He came in haste to the masjid, saluted Baba, and said that he would go to Kopergaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little, forget the bazaar, don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness to go, Baba asked him to take Shama Madhavrao Deshpande with him. Not minding this direction, Tatyakote immediately drove off his tonga. Of the two horses, one, which cost rupees 300, was very active and restless. After passing Sauli Vihir, it began to run rashly, got a sprain in its waist, and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. One another occasion, while proceeding to Kolar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tonga, which met with a similar accident. European gentleman. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked into the masjid. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. Please also requested him. People also requested him to abide Baba's instructions. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tonga. The horses ran all right, but when Sauli Vihir was passed, a bicycle came in front. On seeing on seeing which the horses were frightened and ran fast, the tonga turned topsy turvy, and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued but had to go and lie in Kopergaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legend, and people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with an accident in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have taken recourse to begging bowl throughout his life? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. Who are the people who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, like for progeny, for wealth, for fame, and accept sannyas, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at their home. The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is, sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe, and the imperishable Brahma. So he had full right to take recourse to begging. Now, from the standpoint of Panchashuna, five sins and their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through five actions or processes like kandini, pounding, peshini, grinding, udakumbi, washing pots, marjani, sweeping and cleaning, chuli, lighting huts. These processes involve destructions of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur sin. In order to atone for his sin, our Shastras prescribe six kinds of sacrifices, like Brahma Yagna, Veda Dhyana, offering to Brahman or the study of the Vedas. Uh, Pitri Yagya, offering to the ancestors. Dev Yagya, offering to the gods. Bhuta Yagya, offering to the beings. Manusha Atithi Yagya, offering to men or uninvited guest. If this sacrifice is enjoined by the Shastras and duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded an inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now, to return to the other more interesting subject, Lord Krishna has said in the Bhagavad Gita 9 to 26, whosoever devotedly, devoutly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit, or water of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba and he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him bring it to him and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tarkat family, father and son. Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram alias Baba Saheb Tarkar, formerly a Prararthana, a Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was one proposed that Master Tarkhan should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Prararthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father's giving an assurance under oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on a Friday night.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Shefali. Anand, you can continue and you can finish the chapter. Thank you.
Saidham. So next day, Tarkat got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I'm going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing. But please let it not be a formal drill. After he performed the puja, he offered a few pieces of lump sugar as Nevedya offering, which were distributed at the time of the lunch. That evening and on Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day, but it also passed well. Mr. Tarkat who had never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself and everything was passing on quite satisfactorily according to the promise given to his son. On Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and lived for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar to partake of, when the meal was served. He asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten then to perform that part of the puja, offering Naivedya. After hearing that, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressing his regret, at the same time chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it before Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon Aarti was just about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tarkat, "Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view of having something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entrance inside and found to my regret that Bhav, Mr. Tarkat, had left nothing for me to eat. So I have returned from there without eating anything." The lady could not understand anything, but the son, who was close by, understood that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused the permission, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father, stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not astonishing? Mrs. Tarkat. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tarkat herself. She offered three things, visualizing barit, roasted brinjal eggplant, mixed curds and spice, kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee, peda, sweet meatball. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with his family. Mrs. Tarkat went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare barit of 1 brinjal and kachari of the other when she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of barit to the masjid when Baba was just about to start his meals. Baba found the barit very tasty, so he distributed it to all and said that he wanted kachariyas now. The word was sent to Radha Krishnamai that Baba wanted kachariyas. She was in a fix, as that was not the season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When inquiry was made as who brought the barit, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was also interested with the duty of serving kachariyas. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kachariyas and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915 AD, one Govind Balaram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Tarkat. Then Mrs. Tarkat wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda, which had already been offered as Nivedya. Mr. Mankar was in mourning. Still out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty-handed without the peda. Baba could wait no longer and therefore asked him straight, "What did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question. "Did not the mother, Mrs. Tarkat, give some sweetmeat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it into his mouth and gulped it down. Thus the devotion of Mrs. Tarkat was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Gita 4-11 was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously. How? Once Mrs. Tarkett was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and dishes were being served, when a hungry dog turned up there and began to cry. Mrs. Tarkett got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously up my throat. My afflicted pranas, life forces have been satisfied. Always act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry, and then eat yourself. Note this well." She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on a payment." Then Baba replied, "Eating that lovely bread, I am heartily contented and am still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also other creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc., are one with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectar-like words, she was moved, her eyes were filled with tears, her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. Moral: see God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all these creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter, and others too numerous to mention, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic doctrines. Lord Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadhguru
Sainath Maharaj
Sainath
Ki Jai.
Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Anand. Hi, Shilpa. Yes, you can start. And you'll be taking 57 and 58.
Yes. Okay. Chapter 10. Sai Baba's mode of life. His sleeping board, his stay in Shirdi, his teaching, his humility, the earliest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was engrossed in doing good to all and always abide in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas as it involves no expenditure. A little exertions here brings great rewards. So as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him nicely, we get rid of our samsara. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and Mimamsa. If we make him our helpman, we can easily cross over the sea of all our pains and sorrows. As we trust the helpman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly extension. The Sati looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotee, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc.
Shilpa, एक second. I'm very sorry. Hi, someone, please. Hello, I can't see the name. Can you please mute your camera? Mute your video. I don't know who is he actually.
Anu, that is the temple, I think.
Oh, okay. That's what. Okay, fine. Sorry. Yeah, I'll call Ramji. He must have gone to. Sorry. Yeah. Shilpa, continue. Sorry.
Okay. Baba's wonderful bed stayed. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank, amount 4 cubits in length and only a span in breadth. for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rugs and commenced to sleep upon it. The rugs were so thin and worn out that it was a problem how they could bear or support even weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out rugs did sustain the plank with the weight of Baba on it. On the on the four corners of this plank, Baba light puntis, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the god to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was wonderful to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many careful observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell, so to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 siddhis as at his command. He never practiced nor carved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. Shagun manifestation of Brahman. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for public welfare. Inwardly most disinterested, he looked outwardly full of desire for the sake of his devotees. Inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahman. Outwardly he acted like a devil. Inwardly he had the state of Brahman. Outwardly he acted like a devil. Inwardly he loved Advaita. Outwardly, he got entangled with the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always waited and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asana and never traveled. His band was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm, being thought free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik. Entire and unbroken was his love for the bhakta. He was the mine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelops the whole universe incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took or take him to be a man, a mere human being, were and are indeed miserable. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parent and exact birth date of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was young, lad of 16, and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil when he was 20 years old. Since then, he stayed in Shirdi continuously for the period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you,
Baba,
Shiva. Aruna, you will be continuing on chapter 60 till Baba's humanity. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Saidham. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramadas, 1608 to 1681, flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas, Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up, and Sai Baba came to bridge that gap. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram, the god of the Hindus, and Rahim, the god of the Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. This, in short, was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach pity and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his worth. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus: near, appointed or fixed, and anear, unappointed or general. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our sense of dualities and establishes us in unity by making us realize how art that. There are various of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, that is, free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worshipped Sai as their god, while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields, doing various household works. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other god except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple, rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is a manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs, either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Baba's quality. Lord or Bhagavan is said to have 6 qualities: fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, liberality. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him. Or how else one could have known him? For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddess of speech could not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I consider myself blessed thereby. What a humility is this! Though outwardly Baba seemed to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of the statement. Om Saidham. Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Arunaji. Aditi?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi. You can start.
Good morning. Yes, so I'm starting from Nanavali.
Yes.
Okay. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Nanavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down and Nanavali fell at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated or ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asan, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantras into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai. Sai, if you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through 5 fires, sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it to Guru, it will think about Guru. You have heard most attentively the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. They, the stories, remove all fear of the sansar and take you on the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. You may attain to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do you not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of the saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the mind, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasures and pains and leads us onward on the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana, such as uttering God's name, worship, or devotion, etc., but if you take refuge in them, the saints, wholeheartedly, they will carry you off safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, the Godavari, the Krishna, and Kaveri, etc., which wash away the sins of the world, desire that the saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on account of the store of merit in past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the graceful and handsome, Sai standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing udi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare, He who thinks of the world as an illusion and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss, before him we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
Ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Aditi, and thank you everyone from my Dwarkamai group. Balaji, you can take care.
Hey, thank you, Anu.
Yeah.
Saidham, everyone. Anantakoti, Brahmanda Nayaka, Rajadhiraja, Yogiraj, Parabrahma, Shri Sachidananda, Samartha Satguru, Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Maharaj Ki Jai.
So we'll start
Just
Gurustan
starting.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly on time.
Oh, perfect. So
Yes.
we'll start Gurustan group, which is chapter 11 through 20. I have seen that quite a few of you have already joined. So we will start with Pavaniji.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're there already. Perfect. So you will read pages 63 and 64.
Yeah.
Please stop at the end of that page. Yeah. Thank you.
At the end of the page? Okay.
63 and 64, correct. Yes.
Okay. Saidham. Chapter 11. Sai as Sagun Brahma, Dr. Pandit's worth, Haji Siddhi Falke, control over the elements. Let us now, in this chapter, describe the manifested Shagun, Brahma Sai, how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as Saguna Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahman, the unmanifested Nirgun and the manifested Shagun. The Nirgun is formless while the Shagun is with form. Though both denote the same Brahman, some prefer to worship the former, some the later. As stated in Gita, chapter 12, the worship of the later is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, senses, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time, and as we advance, it leads us to the worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Shagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahman are the seven objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his wholehearted devotees. Our faith in his words is the seat of asan, and our sankalp, determination to start and finish the puja, is the embodiment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. Others say he was a Bhagavad, a great devotee. But to us, he is tolerant and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges, on its way to the sea, cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints, souls like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form being. This is indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, describes Brahman as bliss. This we read or hear daily in books, but the devout people experienced this Brahman or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or support asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small, beautiful bed by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them as a rest to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved charmer or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with leaves and other things, and some others offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all persiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees. Our humble prostration to this all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Sahib Nulkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he stayed in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dada Bhat Kelkar. He went to Dada Bhat, by whom he was well received. Then Dada Bhat left his house for puja, and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Malsapati used to apply it to his throat. But this simple-hearted, devout Dr. Pandit took Dada Bhatt's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripudra, uh, that is three horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Dada Bhatt that evening asked Baba, "How is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, but you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so now?" Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Dupeshwar, known as Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiring, Dr. Pandit told Dada Bhatt that he took Baba as his Guru Kaka Purnik, and hence he marked the Tripura on Baba's forehead as he did on his guru's head. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees at times. He looked softer than wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled round and round, he was internally a stream of affection and motherly love. Satguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Pavni ji. Srini ji, please continue from here till the end of the chapter.
Yes, Sai. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could kick their children and the sea turned back the river, he too could neglect the devotees' welfare. That he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept a devotee. That depended on his will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Chawdi, facing north, and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shyama, that is Madhav Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee, Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him thus: Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid? While so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshan, why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are immature to understand things. If the fakir does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Barwi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid. So ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's Columba. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and Columba and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up in arms and said, why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid, purchased a basket of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket and gave them in Haji's hand. Thenceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing 2 incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with the thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force. Clouds rolled and lightning began to flash and rains started pouring in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed to the storm in a loud and thunderous voice, stop your fury and be calm. In a few minutes, the rain subsided, the winds ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky, and people went back home well pleased. Number 2, on another occasion, at noon, the fire in the dhuni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, get down, be calm. At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes, the dhuni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme. Amen. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Sriniji. Vaniji, you're there? Yeah, I can see you there. So you please read from chapter 12, page 67 until the paragraph of Mrs. Nimonkar, which ends with overruled by Baba's decree. Please read until that.
Oh, okay. So two stories. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jai Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki. Chapter 12, Sai Leelas. Experience of Kaka Mahajani, Dhumal pleader, Mrs. Nimonkar, Mule Shastri, a doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they feel for the evil doers and set them on the right path. They are like the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagra, the ocean of worldly existence, or like the sun to the darkness of ignorance. The Lord God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from Him. Our Sai is one of those who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees, supreme in knowledge, and surrounded with divine luster. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers were the same to him. Here his powers. For the sake of devotees, he spent his stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their turn did not come, Baba did not remember them, and his Leelas could not reach their ears. How could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Babas, but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these three persons believing in him listen to his leelas, their quest of milk, darshan will be to be a great extent satisfied by the buttermilk leelas. If some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody uh, could stay there long even if he so wished. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by Baba. So everything depended of Baba's will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Bombay, he wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokul Ashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when Baba ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Bombay, he found that his employer was anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Bombay. Bahu Sahib Dumal. Now listen to an opposite story. Once Bahu Sahib Dumal, a pleader, was going to Nimfad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and wanted to proceed to Nimfad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him to stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nimfad suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, Watandar of Noman and honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimnokar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided, with Baba's consent, to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do, but her God's eye came to her help. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sate's Wada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi. How opportune were Baba's words! Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree.
Sri
Sri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
ki jai.
Thank you, Vaniji.
Thank you.
Malaji, you're on. You can read till the end of chapter 12.
Okay, thank you. Om Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Mule Sastri of Nasik, an Orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik, Mule Sastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Babu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to people present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp and once in his mouth and could throw away the seed. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Sastri, as a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request. And gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Wada and Mule Sastri bathed, more fresh clothes, and started his routine duties, that is Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba was usual, started for Lendi and said, take some gero, that is red miry substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today done saffron colored cloth. None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon arati was being made, Baba Sahib Jog asked Mule Sastri whether he would accompany him for the arati. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat in his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and arati commenced. Then Baba said, get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin. Bhuti himself went to the Wada to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Mule Sastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind, as I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin, why should I pay dakshina? May Baba be a great saint. I am not his dependent. But since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhuti, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Bhuti for masjid. Thinking himself holy and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then lo, all of a sudden, he saw not Baba, but his late Guru Golap Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golap be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again. He could not reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golap being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Arati while Mule Sastri chanted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Mule Sastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, all the people, including Mole Sastri, were much moved and they realized the meaning of Baba's words, "Bring Geru, we shall don saffron colored clothes." Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not bow before a Mohammedan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatar replied that nobody would press him to bow down, so he could come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to Masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed down to Muslimam. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the seat and he therefore prostrated before himself. Then, as he was saying this, he again saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is great Yoga Sampana, full of yoga avatar." Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on fourth day, a close friend of him from Khandesh turned up. With him, he went to masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him, that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. Then, same night, he was blessed by Baba and he experienced bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion for Sai Baba increased manyfold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Mule Sastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Malaji.
Okay.
Shailaja ji, you're on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will read 2 pages. In fact, you can go up to Bala Ganpat Shimpi paragraph. Please complete that paragraph till the word malaria.
Yeah, thank you. Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 13. More Sai Leelas, Diseases Cured, Bhimaji Patil, Bala Shimpi, Bapu Sahib Booty, Alandi Swami, Kaka Mahajani, Dastopant of Harda. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, pithy, deep, full of meaning, efficient and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, "Though I have become a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving off all cares, I have stayed at one place. The inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, I cannot forget her. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord, Sri Hari, teases God, Brahma, and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in the Lord will be freed from her clutches with His grace." In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms. And see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the seven seas. Believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either eightfold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai, the friend of those who surrendered themselves to him, did for their welfare. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangan, Taluka Junnar, District Pune, suffered in the year 1909 AD from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathos like remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "O Lord Narayana, help me now." It is a well known fact that when our circumstances are well off, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter, giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to have a recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shah Ma Madhavrao Deshpande were then present. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not at first disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his last hope, and prayed for mercy. Then Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay. Cast off your anxiety. Your sufferings have come to an end." However, oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps into the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness. The patient vomited blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of hope and mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bhai's house, which was not a convenient and healthy place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by two dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of flogging, which he received for not reciting his Savai poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain and torture by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotees but grateful remembrance, unchanging faith and devotion. People in the Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayan Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. But it was this Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bala Ganpat Shimpe. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganpat Shimpe suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell on Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe, in this case as follows: give a black dog some morsels, rice mixed with curds in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala Shimpi did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curds. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple. When he found that there a black dog waving its tail, he placed the curds and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Om Sri Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
Jai, very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Gayatri ji, you could read until the end of the chapter.
Okay, Om Saidham. Bapu Sahib Bhute. Shriman Bapu Sahib Bhute suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Babu Sahib got very weak. on account of purging and vomitings, and therefore was not able to go to masjid for Baba's darshana. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care, you should not purge any more." And waving his index finger, "The vomiting must also stop." Now look at the force of Baba's words. Both the Maladis took to their heels and Booty felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from the severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sort of remedies but gave him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachios, a kind of dry fruit, boiled in sugar milk. This would be considered as a fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician. But in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi wishing to take Baba's darshan came to Shirdi. He suffered from a severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting the sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave when Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, requested Baba to do something for the pain in Swami's ear. Baba comforted him, saying, "Allah acha karega, God will do good." The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi, stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there. And in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Bombay for operation. But the surgeon, on examining the ear, said that no operation was then necessary. Such was the wonderful effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a tambya pot with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he could go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in the front of masjid was permitted by Baba. But when the actual work was begun, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away as Kaka was also doing the same. Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left the small bag of groundnuts. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hands, blew away the skin, and gave the clean nut to the Kaka and made him eat them, scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then, when the bag was finished, Baba asked him to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka bought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba then said, "Now your diarrhea has stopped, and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other persons who had run away returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicine for diarrhea? According to the current medicine opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's words. Datopant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Datopant suffered from stomachache for 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then, hearing of Baba's fame that he cures disease, cases are cited in footnotes. Madhavrao Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction of Sonamukhi, Sena pots. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble again reoccurred and Madhavrao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered from many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandokar also once suffered from intense stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered syringes which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories go to show that the real medicines that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's words and grace and not any medicine or drugs. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be all. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
ki jai.
Thank you, Gayatri ji. Nilesh ji, you're on.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
on.
Please read until page 79. You can go until the first paragraph of Dakshina.
79 till Dakshina Mimamsa.
Dakshina, first paragraph. We shall consider this question broadly now until then.
Okay, sure. I will do.
Yeah.
Om Sai Ram. Ratanji, chapter 14. Ratanji Vadia of Nanded. Of Nanded. Saint Mauli Sai, Dakshina Mamamsa. In this chapter, we described how Baba's words and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now, we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Wadia with an issue. The life of this saint is naturally sweet in and out. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave it out as a means of his devotee remembrance to him. He gave him various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in the world, but they should ever be cautious and gain the object of their life, viz. Self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in the past births, and it is worthwhile that with its aid, we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on alert to gain our end aim and aim of life. If you daily hear the Leelas of Sai, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness, and if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapuri Wadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had got cattle, horses, and conveyances and was very prosperous. To all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly and really he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in the world is completely happy and rich. Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy person, but Ratanji thought himself as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. As Kirtan without love or devotion, music of singing without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace, and ugly and useless. So, in the house of a man and a householder without a male issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose, had no relish for his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety whether he would be ever blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Dasganu Maharaj. He saw him open his heart before him. Dasganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet, and seek his blessing and pray for the issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With great respect, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, "Many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have sought anxiety, I have sought anxiously your feet. Please, therefore, do not disappoint me." Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received 314 rupees from him, and then he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as uh, as to what Baba meant. This was his first time. He thought that this was his first time he went to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he had already got rupees 314 from him? He could not solve the riddle, but he had, but but he sat at Baba's feet and gave a balance of the dakshina asked for. He explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to be worried, and and thenceforward his bad days have ended. He then gave him Udi and placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying, "Allah will satisfy his heart's desire." Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Daskanu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there. He got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad. But there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he got rupees 340 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Daskanu, "I never went to Shirdi before. How could I give him the sum of to which Baba referred?" To Daskanu also, it was a puzzle. He pondered much over it for a long time. Some time afterwards, it struck to him that Ratanji has received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was Kuli saint, well known to the people of Nanded. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib accidentally came to Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Daskanu got from Ratanji the yadi or memo of expenses of his reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 314 and nothing more or nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient and that he thought he lived in Shirdi. He knew what happened outside far from the Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future and could identify himself heart and soul with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent there, therefore, unless he could identify himself within him and one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with his explanation of his faith uh, in the Baba and confirmed and increased. In due time afterwards, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all 12 dozen, out of which only 4 survived. In footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sathe after the death of his first wife to remarry and that could get a son. Mr. R.B. Sethe married second time. The first 2 issues by his wife were daughters, and then therefore he felt despondent. But with the third issue was a son. Baba's word did turn out true, and he was satisfied. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
Thank
Thank you, Nilesh ji. Shruti ji, you're on.
Yes, Ji.
Perfect. So you can read from the paragraph starting with Dakshina, and you can
Okay.
go till the end of the chapter.
Okay. Thank you. Om Sai Ram. Dakshina. Now we shall close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well known fact that Baba always asked for dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question, if Baba was a fakir and perfectly non attached, why should he ask for dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not take anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a paisa or two, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked a beedi or chilim, an earthen pipe. Then some persons thought that he should not go to saints empty handed and therefore place some copper coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 paisa coin, it was returned immediately. Then, after Baba's fame has spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask dakshina from them. It is said in Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin is necessary, uh, if a coin is necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadarnak Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dharma, that is self control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, which is the charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, which is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Tatriya Upanishad exhorts his pupil to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity. Liberally, give with modesty and sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted dashina from them. But there was this peculiarity, as Baba said, that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography on Baba's pressing him often for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that in later life he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There was also secondary meanings of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote two instances, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor Gigi Narke, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vasishta. Give me dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Tarkan, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pain as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. He would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamladar, a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on the subject Dakshina in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 2, page 626, in which he says as follows: Baba did not ask Dakshina at all. If some gave Dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times refused it. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and that they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it. And if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even of women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in the shrine of worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little of his own of for his own sake, that is for buying children smoking pipe and fuel for his duni sacred fire, and all the rest he distributed as charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of the suggestion of Radha Krishna Bai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who bought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one kopin, that is cord piece, one stray piece of cloth, one kafni, and a terminal, a tin, that is tin pot, and that all the people troubled him with bringing all these unnecessarily costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our Paramatma spiritual life, and Baba had provided in Shirdi 2 institutions, that is Dakshina and Radha Krishna Mai. For whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to school, that is Radha Krishna Mai's house. If they stood these 2 tests well, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spiritual was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place or to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? What is Sri
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
ki jai.
Thank you, Shruti ji. Sangeeta ji, you're on. I think as Taruna 1, 2, 3, right? My request to you would be, because this is a small chapter, I want to see if Manjula ji can read as much as you do. So can you stop at the line within page 84, second paragraph? It says, Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to pay for expenses for a Shirdi trip. Can you stop there? It right in between that paragraph.
Okay, sure.
Expenses for a Shirdi trip. Please stop there. Manjula ji can continue from there.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
you.
Om Sairam, Chapter 15, Naradiya Kirtan Paddhati, Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea, 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtan on those occasions, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function to Das Ganu and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the Kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Paddhati. Generally, our Haridasas, while doing the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a headdress, either a feta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and upperni, short dhotar on the shoulder, and the usual long dhotar from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion for some kirtan in Shirdi village, Das Ganu once went to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this?" For doing a kirtan, came the reply. Then Baba said, why do you want all the paraphernalia, coat, uparni, and feta, etc.? Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body? Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Ganu never wore these things while doing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards, a pair of chiplis was in his hand, and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all Haridasas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirtan Paddhati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place, singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Nanasam Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu, by his splendid kirtan, spread the fame of Baba in Konkan. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the kirtan have different tastes. Some like the erudition of or learning of Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Dasganu's kirtan on the minds of the audience was, however, electric, as it were. We give an instance here. Dasganu was one doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in Kopanishwar temple in Thane. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as a temporary employee in civil courts in Thane, was amongst the audience. He heard Dasganu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name. As luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination and did get a permanent post. Now it remained for him to fulfill his vow, the sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of the Shirdi trip.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Manjula ji, please read the rest of the chapter. Yeah.
Okay then. Yeah. Om Sai Ram. Yeah. 15th chapter continued. As is well said, one can easily cross over the Nangat in Thane district on even the Sidgari range, but it was very difficult for a poor man to cross the open gut that of his house. As Mr. Chodkar was anxious to fulfill his oath as early as possible, he resolved to economy, cut down his expenses, and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to the Shirdi, took Baba Darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean consign along with the sugar can as per his oath, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desire were fulfilled that day. Mr. Chokar was in the masjid with his host Bahu Joke. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the Shirdi, Baba spoke to Joke as follow: Give him your guest cup of tea full satisfied with sugar. Hearing this significant word, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were blood-borne with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Joke was also curious about these directions, regarding the teacup to be given to his guest. Baba wanted by his word to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar can as per his own, and that he knew full well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, if you spread your palm with devotion before me, I am immediately with you, day and night. True, I am here bodily, still I know what you do. Beyond the seven seas, go wherever you will, over the wide world. I am with you. My bond is your heart in I am with you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the heart of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knew me through. What a beautiful and important lesson was through impacted by Baba to Mr. Kolkar. Two lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of two little lizards. One Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him. When a lizard tick-tocked out of the curious, the devotee asked Baba whether this tick-tocking of the lizard signified anything. Was it is a good sign or bad omen? Baba said that lizard was overjoyed as his sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out of the meaning of Baba's word. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came to horse back to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse could not go, as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag from his shoulder to bring grams and rushed in on the ground to remove dust. A lizard came out therefrom and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her fell. She at once went tuttering to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, wriggling around and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad? How should a man on horse come back home, come to there from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how should Baba make this proportion of the meeting of meeting of the two sisters? All this is really very wonderful and proves and the all-knowing nature of Baba. The post-spirit, he was respectfully read this chapter for studying it daily. Will get all his mystery removed by the grace of Sadguru Sai Baba. Hymns. Belong to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sri
Sri
Sachidananda Sadguru
Sachidananda
Sainath
Sadguru
Maharaj Ki Jai.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Manjula ji.
Thank you.
Vijaya ji, you are on.
Yeah.
You can
Yes.
read on page 89 until the end of point 6, preferring Shreyas to prayers, right? You can read until that paragraph.
Point 6. Okay.
Yeah, complete point 6. Yeah, and then stop there.
Thank
you.
Chapter 16 and 17, Pick Brahmagnana. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahmagnana quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion. But if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit, Anand, existence, knowledge, and bliss, he did not care much for more outward formalities. But if an offering was made in meek and humble spirit, the same was welcome, and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more liberal and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the philosopher's stone, which satisfies desires, the Kalpataru, the celestial tree, which fulfills our desires, or the Kamadhenu, the celestial cow, which yields what we desire. For they give us only what we desire, but the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality.
Now let's hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmagnana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, field and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give his Brahmagyana, which, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It's not easy to know Brahma, and especially so for an vivacious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, and children, who will, in your request of Brahmagnana, satisfy you, that won't give away even a pice in charity." Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey, Tangas, and came to Shirdi. He went to Masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and said, "Baba, hearing that you show the Brahmana to all who come over here without any delay. I have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get the Brahman from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall immediately show you the Brahma. All my dealings are in cash and never on credit. So many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of disease, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes here to me and asks for Brahmagyana. There is no breadth of persons asking for forwardly things, but as person interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it is lucky and auspicious moment when persons like you come and press me for Brahmagnana, so I show to you with pleasure the Brahmana will, with all its accompaniments and complications. Saying this, Baba started to show him the Brahma. He made him sit there and engage him in some other talk or affair, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwadi and get from him a hand loan of rupees 5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Naidu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala grocery and get him from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was.
Vijayji, just one sec. Geeta ji, can you go on mute, please?
Yes. Just
Thank you. Thank you. Vijayji, continue.
This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahmana incarnate. Then one may ask, why did he want the flattery sum of 5 rupees, and why did he try hard to get it on loan? Really, he did not want that sum at all. He must have been fully knowing that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seems to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahma. That gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really a mess, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker. When Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of rupees 5, he knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum such a man wanted from Baba, and greatest thing in the world, namely the Brahma Jnana. Any other man who really loved Baba would have at once given rupees 5 instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to impatient as he was in haste of return and implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please show the Brahma soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting in this place for enabling you to see the Brahma? It is in short this: for seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things, that is surrender, 5 things, namely 5 pranas, virtual forces, 5 senses, 5 of action, and 5 of perception, mind, intellect, and ego. This path of Brahmagyana, of self-realization, as hard as to tread on the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave rather a long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualification of Brahmagyana, or self-realization. All persons do not realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumuksha, or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he could get from bondage, and works earnestly and resolutely to that ended, and who does not care for any other things, is qualified for the spiritual life. Virakti, or a feeling of disgust with the things of this world and the next. Unless man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his action would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. Antarmukta, intervention. Ourselves have been created by gods with a tendency to move outward and so on. Many always look outside himself and not inside. He who wants self-realization in immortal life must turn his gaze inward and look to his inner self. Categorized from purging away of sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization even by means of knowledge. Right conduct, unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and inside a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to Prayas, the pleasant. There are 2 sorts of things, namely the good and the pleasant. The former deals with the spiritual affairs, and the later with mundane matters. Both this approach man for acceptancy. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, choose the pleasant.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
ki jai.
Thank you, Ji. I will read the rest of this chapter. 7. Control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot, and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer, and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses, and the sense objects are their paths. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable. Like the stray horse of a charioteer does not reach his destination, which is get self-realization, but goes through the rounds of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control, like the good obedient horse of a charioteer reaches the destination, that is the state of self-realization, whence he is not born again. The man who has understanding as his charioteer, guide, and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of the all-pervading Vishnu, which is the Lord. Number 8, purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified. And unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that viveka, disattachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to reach the goal of self-realization. Number 9, the necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great effort and pain can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, the grace of the Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma in the form of 50 times 5, 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes and, to his great surprise, found on counting them that they were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing the omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma with currency notes. Unless you completely get rid of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma." How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity expect to know Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep eddy, a whirlpool of pain, full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are ascenderous poles. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of the Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas, spiritual endeavors, are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or the reward of his action is futile and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism, who always thinks about sense objects. Purification of the mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at the time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessing, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in the forest, caves, or hermitages and in solitude in order to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self absorbed. Sai Baba was not such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relatives near or distant. Still, he lived in the world, society. He begged his bread from 4 or 5 houses, always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave living in this world. Rare are sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore, says Hemant Pant, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, pure gel, Sai Baba was born. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda
Nanda
Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
ki
Jai.
jai.
Okay, so we have Gayatri ji on. Are you on? Yeah, you're there. You can read until page 95. You can stop with the line that says questions. They got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Please stop there. Okay, you're on mute, Geeta ji. You got it right. You will read until you are on chapter
18 and 19.
18 and 19. You start from that chapter. Yeah, you start with chapter 18, 19. You read until page 95, which is the last line. Okay?
My daughter will start. I'll.
No problem. Yeah, thank you.
Chapters 18 and 19 How Hemantpant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Saith and Mrs. Dashmukh, encouraging good thoughts of Rakshan Variety and Upadesh teachings, reading slander and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemantpant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahmagnana was treated by Baba. And now in these two chapters, he describes how Hemantpant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba. How Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and gives his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that Sadhguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciplines, and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization in this respect. Some say that what the Sadhguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become unless if they are published. The view is not correct. The Sadhguru is a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, i.e., scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reserve. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our walking state, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi composed his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream, like a loving mother forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of children for sake of health. Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our intellect and show us the divine beauties of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion.
When this is done, our desire for sense object vanishes. Twin fruits of viveka, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion or non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saint, serve them, and secure their love. The Lord, who fulfills the desires of his devotees, comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, serve him. Now we come to our main story. Mr. Sate. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sate who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put down by Lord Rea, the then governor of Bombay. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If, if his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sate had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, spotless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayana of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Saptah, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to his effect. Baba, with Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its content to Mr. Sate, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream. He remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens souls like his that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Kurucharitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of his vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance, whether one saptah reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit then got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, wait a minute, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sate by this vision? Whether he should stop or continue the saptah. He is a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled and the vision explained to him and he should be blessed. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hamad Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought in his mind as follows: what? Mr. Sate read for a week only and got a reward, and I am reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here become fruitful, while my 7 years stay goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of Bhaktas that Baba read and understood all their thoughts and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hematpan's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up and go to Shama, get from him 15 rupees as dakshina, sit and chit chat with him for a while, and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemapat immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and he was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Hematpan, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I shall just do my work, worship, and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan with. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying his, he went inside and Hematpan sat alone in front of veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nada Bhagavat. This is a commentary by the Saint Ekanath on the 11th skanda of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagavat. At the suggestion or recommendations of Sai Baba, Messrs. Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read daily in Shirdi Bhagavad Gita with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarata Deepika and Jnaneshwari and Nada Bhagavat and also Ekanath's other big work, Bhavrata Ramayanam. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above mentioned works, which are the main treatise of Bhagavad Dharma.
Thank you. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Is Snehita ji on? Snehita ji, are you on? Okay, then I'm just waiting to see if she comes on. It doesn't look like. So Geeta ji, are you still there? Yeah, if you're there, you may want to continue until page 96, the word Upadesha. Please continue. You'll have to start with Hemat Pant, also used to daily read. From there, you'll have to start. You're on mute, Geeta ji. Start again from Hemat Pant, also used to.
Hemat Pant. Okay. Hemat Pant also used to read daily some portions of the book Nada Bhagavat. That day he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portions turned up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portions and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out, and the following conversation took place between them. Hemat Pant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with 15 rupees as dakshina from you, also to sit with you for a while and have pleasant chit chat, and then return to the masjid with you. Shama, with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskars to lay of rupees as dakshina to Baba. Hemat Pant, all right, your namaskaras are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the sport of sport of his God. You know it already. I am a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more Leelas since you were coming soon. How should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nut, and chunam, and eat the pan vida while I go in, dress myself, and come out. In a few minutes, Shama came out and sat talking with Hemat Pant. He said, the leelas of his God in, in, inscrutable. There is no end. His leelas, who can see them? He plays or sports with his leelas. Still, he is outside them, outside of them. What do we rustics know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember your story, which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts the devotees to severe test and then gives them upadesh.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Geeta ji. Jana ji, you are on. You will read till page 99. I would suggest that you stop with the sentence which says consciousness and bliss, which is, yeah, till then you can read. Yeah, thank you.
Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. As soon as Hema Pant heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Setu's Guru Charitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed this feeling and began to listen to Shama's story. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemamant began to feel a sort of joy while hearing them. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mr. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radhabai. She was the mother of one Keshava Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangamon. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She knew nothing else. She determined to fast herself unto death, so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and left off taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady. She is very obstinate and depends on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto death. If you don't accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her and consequently she met her death. So take some mercy on her and bless her, instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her, changed the turn of her mind by addressing her as follows. Oh mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessary tortures and arresting your death? You are really my mother. I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me though. I tell you my own story, which if you listen carefully will do you good. I had a guru. He was great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a keen desire never to leave him but to stay with him and serve him, and at all costs receive some instruction from him. But he had his own story. He first got my head shaved and asked me to 2 paisa as dakshina. I gave the same at once. If you say that as Miss Guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called desireless? I replied plainly and that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were firm faith and patience and perseverance. I gave these 2 paisa things to him and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dearth of food or clothing. He was full of love. Nay, he was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is guru like him. When I looked at him, it seemed as if he was in deep meditation. And then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day I gazed at him with no thoughts of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to mediate, nor any other things than my Guru to attain. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This is one piece dakshan. Saburi, patience or perseverance is the other piece, other paisa. I waited patiently and very long on my Guru and served him. This Saburi will free you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi is mangaliness in man. It removes all sins and affiliation, get rid of calmness in various ways, cast aside all fear, ultimately give you success. Saburi is the mind of Ritus, consort of good thoughts. Nishanta, faith, Saburi, patience are like twin sisters, loving each other and very intimately. My Guru never expected any other thing from him, any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him, was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the want or absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the river bank, by her loving looks. Oh mother, my Guru never taught me any mantras. Then how shall I blow any mantras in your ears? Just remember the Guru's tortoise like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra outreach from anyone. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramatma, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly. I in turn look at you similarly. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhanas nor proficiency in the six sastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in Guru. Believe fully, and that Guru is the sole actor doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and take things him to be Hari Hara Brahma incarnate. Om Sri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. 19th chapter.
Om Sri Sachidananda Samartha Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hema Pant was most agreeably surprised seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba. He was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Sharma, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How many innumerable Leelas of Baba shall I describe?" Just at that time, the bell in this masjid began to ring. Possibly that the non-worship and arti ceremony has begun. Therefore, Sharma and Hema Pant hurried to the masjid. Papaship Joy had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all loudly singing the arti in chorus to the accomplishment of drums. Sharma went up, pulling Hemapant with him. He sat to the right and Hemapant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemapant to give the dakshina bought from Sharma. He replied, and that Sharma gave Amrishasas in lie of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, all right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about. Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum, and the chorus songs. Hemapant was eager to tell what they had talked and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxiously to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hemapant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, and that especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexpressible, and under the clue of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, wonderful is the story. How are you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it. Then Hemapant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleasant and asked him, did the story strike you and did you catch its significance? He replied, yes, Baba. The restlessness of my mind has vanished and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path. Then Baba spoke as follows. My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, and it will be a very useful to get the knowledge realization of the self time and meditation is necessary. If you practice it consecutively, the witness thoughts.
Yeah.
साई ओम श्री सतगुरु श्री सच्चिदानंद समर्थ सतगुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय.
Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram.
Guru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. We'll continue it.
Just give one, Vanajaji, just 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
You can continue for the next 3 lines. I think. How have Janaji? Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah, we are
if not,
here.
then you can continue. I mean, I think I wanted you to read till the sentence which ends with consciousness and bliss.
Okay.
It's 3 more lines, 3 or 4 more lines. You can read till
Okay. Yeah, if you practice continuously, the Vrita's thoughts will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on the Lord who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge, incarnate, consciousness, and bliss.
Okay, thank you. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Vanajaji, you will read from, if you cannot do this, until page 101, if you can stop with the sentence that ends with state and everywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. No
Okay,
problem.
thank you.
Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. If we cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing this, your vrittis will be single pointed, and the distinction between dhyata, meditator, dhyana, act of meditation, daya, thing meditated upon, will be lost. And the meditator will be one with the consciousness and be merged in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is one bank of the river, and her young ones are on the other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these words, The chorus of Aarti songs were over and all cried out loudly in unison. Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is pure consciousness, knowledge, and bliss. Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst a crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jai Kar. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Babu Sahib Jog came forward as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave into his palm a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Ahmed Pant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled, and you will be happy." Ahmed Pant bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this. Bless and protect me always," Baba replied. "Hear this story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord, who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemant Pant got prasad of sugar candy, and we now get the prasad of sugar candy, our nectar of the story. Let us drink it to our heart's content, meditate on it, and assimilate, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemant Pant had dealt with some other matters which are given below.
Om Sai Ram. Om. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and accepted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God will be certainly pleased. If you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to the strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at them like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. Go topsy. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy turvy. You remain where you are, standing in your own place. Look on calmly at the show of all the things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as and I though is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master. And unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, God is a sole proprietor, nobody else in our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on account of renewable farmer relationship that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy, all other merely etc. Live so long as they breathe. encouraging good thoughts of
Fruition.
fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you. Though throughout, some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and you develop the same afterwards during the day, and your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemant Pant wanted to try this one Wednesday night before going to bed. He thought tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place with Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Rama Nama, and then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Rama and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshit Wada and was passing by Bhuti Wada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nearly by one Aurangabadkar in Masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripa
Payo Mere Bhai.
by Ekanath, in which he says that he got collyrium in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Rama in and out, in sleep, dream, and awakening state and everywhere.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Vanajaji. Kavita ji, you can read from there where so many, from there till the end of the chapter.
Okay, thank you. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Hemant Pant to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering Ram's or God's name in fulfilling the ambitions of the Bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Upadesh, slanderer condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a bhakta of Baba reviled someone behind his back before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, which is by means of water and soap, etc. But a scandalmonger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirts or faults of others by his tongue. So in a way, he obliges the person whom he reviles, and for this, he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandalmonger. He knew by his omniscience what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold, how with what relish it is gulping filth. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you're born as a human. And if you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these were born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal, that is realization, is not far off. There is a proverb which says, if there be my Hari or Lord, he will feed me on my cot. This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anybody believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending land, air, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not localized. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union with him like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, eye and its sight. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul, to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else, is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I, he advised Shravan, that is study, and Manan, that is contemplation. To some, he advised remembering God's name, to others, hearing his leelas, to some, worship of his feet, to others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayan, Dhyaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There was neither any limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person or by visions and dreams. To someone addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chair, pressed it, and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru, Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait, that is Saburi. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly things, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radhakrishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against the wall of a house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gonskar house, passed over the roof of Radhakrishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radhakrishna Mai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone up there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid 2 rupees to the persons who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. If the principle taught by Baba be followed, that is, if the remuneration for labor be paid promptly and satisfactorily, the laborers will turn out better and both the laborers and their employees will be profited. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Kavita ji. Shyamala ji, are you on by any chance? Shyamala ji? Okay. I'm going to give an opportunity for the organizers to read extra. So Anu, if you don't mind, can you read
Yeah, I can
chapter?
read, but that's fine. Like, let Kapil read, or you, if you want, you can also read.
No, Kapil will read his chapters. I'm thinking, since we don't have it, we can all distribute. So Santosh, you, Dipankar, all of us can read one paragraph, and then we'll give it to Kapilji to read the rest.
Okay. Let me get my book. Just a second.
Yeah. Or let me start, and then you can continue the next, if that's okay. Okay. Dasganu's problems. This is chapter 20. Dasganu's problems solved by Kaka's maidservant. In this chapter, Himatpan describes how Dasganu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dixit's maidservant. Preliminary. God was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of bhaktas. With the help of Maya, he played the part of an actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the program after the known Arati. After the Arati ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid and, standing on its edge, distribute udi to the devotees with very kind, gracious and loving looks. The bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet and had the bliss of udi. Baba passed handfuls of udi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with udi with his own hands. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the bhaktas, "Oh Bhau, go home to take your lunch. You Anna, go to your lodgings. You Bapu, enjoy your meal." In this way, he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, you can have the pleasure of these sights if you bring into play your imagination. Now, bringing Sai into our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face, prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, and reverentially. Anu?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll have to read one paragraph, right?
Yeah, Isha Upanishad paragraph. Yeah.
Okay. So Isha Upanishad. Dasganu once started to write Marathi commentary on Isha Upadesha. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called Mantropanishad. As it is embodied in the mantras of a Vedic Samhita, it constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajrayani Samhitopishad. Being embodied in Vedic Samhitas, this is regarded as superior to all the Upanishads, which are in the Brahmankas or Arankas. Okay, not only this. Other Upanishads are considered as a commentaries on the truth mentioned briefly in the Isha Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of Upanishad, namely Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered as a Pandit Satvalikar to be a running commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says, the Upanishad is quite a small Upanishad and yet to contains many facts, which show an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of an Atma, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the midst of the temptations and sorrows, an adumberation of the doctrine on or the karma yoga or later formulated. The most valuable idea that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of the logical synthesis between the two opposites of the knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in the higher synthesis. In another place, he says that the poetry of Isha Upanishad is a co-mixture of a moral, mystical, metaphysical knowledge.
Thank you, Anu.
Okay.
Santosh,
Thank you.
are you online? Santosh?
Yes, Balaji. Yes.
Can you read, from the brief description, you can go on till maybe, that paragraph, and then we'll give Dipankar also one paragraph, and then Kapil can start.
Sorry, which page number? 106, right?
106 from the description. Third paragraph.
Okay. From the brief description given above about Upanishad, one can see how difficult it is to translate the Upanishad in a vernacular language and bring out its exact meaning. Das Guna translated it in Marathi, Ove, Maitre versus by verse, but he did not compensate that just in the essence of the Upanishad. He was not satisfied with his performance. On being dissatisfied, he consulted some learned men regarding his doubt and difficulties and discussed it with them great length. They did not solve them, nor they didn't give them any rational and satisfaction explanation. So Das Guna was little restless over this and matter.
Read the next paragraph till Upanishad, the fourth line. Then Dipankar can read.
Okay. Sadhguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, the Upanishad is a joint sense of the Vedas. Its essence of self-realization, it is a scythe or weapon which can rend asunder bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that who has himself attained self-realization can only give him true or correct interpretation of Upanishad. When nobody
Perfect,
could
sir.
satisfy Das Guna, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. He got this opportunity to go to Shirdi. He saw Sai Baba prostrated himself before him and mentioned his difficulties about Upanishad and requested him to give him a correct solution.
Santosh, yeah, let's give the last paragraph to Dipankar. Dipankar, Sai Baba blessed him until the end of that paragraph.
Okay. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The maid servant of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, will solve your doubts at Vileparla on your way home." The people who were present there and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illiterate maid servant solve difficulties of this mystic nature?" But Das Ganu thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true, as Baba's word was the decree of Brahma.
Thank you. Kapilji, please read till the end of the chapter.
Ji. Kaka's maid servant. On fully believing in Baba's word, he left Shirdi and came to Vileparle and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dikshit. There the next day when Das Ganu was enjoying the morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in a clear and melodious tone. The subject matter of the song was a crimson-colored sari. How nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were their ends and borders. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Das Ganu felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur MV Pradhan next day gave him a pair of dhotars, he requested him to give a sari to a poor little girl also. Rao Bahadur bought a good chirdi small sari and presented it to the girl. Like a starving person getting luckily good dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. Next day, she wore the new sari, and out of the great joy and merriment, world danced round and played fugari with other girls and excelled them all. The day following, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came with the old torn rags, but she looked as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Das Ganu pity was transferred into admiration. He thought that the girl being poor had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend on the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him in the firm conviction that he besets everything and from and from behind and before and all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of a poor girl, her torn rag and new sari, the donor, the donee, and the acceptance were all part of the Lord and provided by him. Here, Das Ganu got a practical demonstration of the lesson of Upanishad, the lesson of contentment within one's own lot, in the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. Excuse me. From the above incident, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Machingarh, some to Kolhapur or Solapur for practicing sadhana. To some, he appeared in his usual form. To some, he appeared in waking or dreaming states, day or night, and satisfied their desire. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Das Ganu to Vile Parde, where he got his problem solved. Though the maid, through the maid servant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Das Ganu outside and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the right or the best course. Or how else could Das Ganu would have learned a great lesson that the poor maid servant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord? Now we close this chapter with another beautiful extract about the Upanishad. The ethics of Isha. One of the main features of Isha Upanishad is ethical advice it offers, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from the metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad should forbid us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment that one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained, and it is hence good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing actions, specifically the karma enjoyed in the Shastras, in the mood of believing resignation to his will. Inactively, according to the Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. Enjoyed Shastra in the mood believing. Inactivity, according to the Upanishads, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Nashya Karma. Finally, the text goes on to say that man who sees all beings in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all the beings and everything that exist have become self, how can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Loathfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atma in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Poetry Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you all who have read part of the Gurusthan group. May Baba's blessings be abundantly on you. With this, we will hand over to Dipankar to take this forward. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Sai Ram.
Balaji.
Thank you, Balaji.
Sai Ram. So we'll start with the next chapter. Rama Raju sir, you can begin.
Yeah. Okay. Sai Ram. Stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantarao Patankar, and Pandharpur pleader. In this chapter, Hamad Pant relates the stories of Vinayak Harichandra Thakur, B.A. Anantarao Patankar of Pune, and a pleader from Pandharpur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers to the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit from it thereby. As an illustration of this rule, Hamad Pant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religion used to go to him and take his darshana. His muzawar, priest by name Ainas, pressed Hamad Pant many a time, night and a day, for going to see him. But for some reason or the other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi. where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's Darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get this contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Yeah, institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. B.H. Thakur was a clerk in the revenue department and he once came to a town named Vadgam near Belgaum, SM country, along with a survey party. There he saw a Canaris Saint Appa and bowed before him. The saint was explaining portions from the book Vichar Sagar of Nichal Das, a standard work on Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Nane Ghat. This ghat was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance other than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Then he was transferred on promotion to Kalyan, and there he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still he left for Shirdi, and when he reached there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teachings of the Canaris, Saint Appa, or even as the buffalo ride in the Nane Ghat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion, as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words, which none else than he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of Canaris saint had turned true. Then joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read, otherwise it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Am I going to continue?
Peace
Next?
be all. Just a minute. Let's see whether we have Sunil ji, Gauri ji, Advait ji. Are they online?
Yeah, Dipankar, I just called Sunil. He'll be joining now.
Perfect.
And is anyone else there in this group so that they can read the chapter and we can give the opportunity for others? Is anyone
Yeah.
Rajnika?
So Shrivani ji is here. But her chapter was chapter 25th.
Okay.
It is 132, 132.
Okay. If Srivani or who is it? Srivani, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Srivani.
Srivani garu, మీరు 21 చాప్టర్ చదువుతారండి?
21 అండి.
21. Dipankar, can you tell from which paragraph she can complete?
Okay, so 21, it is page 112.
ఓ నేను ఇంకా రెడీ అవ్వలేదు అందుకని.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah.
This is Radha. I can read.
Oh, thanks,
My
Radha.
page numbers might be different.
That's yeah. You can just read the page.
That was chapter 23, but that you can give it to Sunil then.
Yeah. That's because he's just outside. Actually, we are ahead little bit. People thought that it's running 12:30 because we didn't post in other groups. That's fine. Like can you read it now? Radha
Yeah,
garu?
sure, I can. But beginning from chapter 21.
Yeah, 112 to 114 page.
No,
Yeah,
not the beginning.
Yeah,
Page number
112 to
112.
114.
So it's
give me
page
1
number.
second, I'm checking.
Yeah, so page number 112. Your paragraph should read Anantrao Patankar.
Yeah, stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantrao Patankar, and Pandharpur Pleader.
Correct.
No. You have to go to the page 112. I already read the first two pages.
112 and start from Anantrao Patankar.
Oh, okay. Got it. Now I am okay. Then my page numbers are matching. Okay.
Thank you. Sai.
Okay. Om Sri Sai Ram. Chapter 21. Anandrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anandrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were satisfied and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedants and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind, so I think all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, book earnings is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and potent word, so I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me. Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parables of 9 balls of stool, Nava Vida Bhakti. One merchant came here. Before him, a mare passed her stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 balls in it, and thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of this story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, what does Baba mean by this? He replied, I too do not know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace and the 9 balls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti. Shravan hearing, Kirtan praying, Smaran remembering, Padasevan resorting to the feet, Archan worship, Namaskar bowing, Dasya service, Sakyam friendship, Atma Nivedan surrender of the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas, japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga practice, Studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, devotion. Knowledge of Vedas or fame as a great dhyani and mere formal bhajan worship are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as a merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and he would be able to collect them. Then Baba blessed him and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story of showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in the corner, eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, "How cunning the people are! They fall at the feet, offer dakshina, but abuse behind me. Is it not amazing?" This remark fitted the pleader, and he had to take it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to the Vada, the pleader said to Kakasab Dikshit, "What Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others, calling names. When the sub-judge or munsif or Pandharpur, Mr. Nolkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandharpur. It was said or discussed there whether the ailments from which the subject suffered are ever likely to be got rid of without medicines by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like the sub-judge to take recourse to such methods. The sub-judge was taken to task. He was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed me the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor, a lesson, that I should not indulge in scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 50 kos. Each kos is 3 miles, which is 4.8 kilometers from Pandharpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the bar room. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were no bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could not see or read the hearts of all. And there was nothing secret or veiled for him. Everything far or near was open and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and benefit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable. So are his wonderful leelas. His life is also such, for he is a Parabrahma, Almighty God incarnate. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda
Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Should I be reading chapter 23 also?
I think I joined Deepakanji.
Sunilji, perfect. So, since do we have the other ones?
And next it's me, my wife, and my son. So
yeah, but the chapter 23, Rajni ji is there.
No, chapter 23
No,
was
21 is done
24.
now. I think she just completed 21.
Sunil, hold your peace here for a moment, okay? So here it is. Now the next is chapter 20 to 23. So is Rajni ji here? Okay, so Rajni
No,
ji.
chapter 23 was originally assigned to me, Radha.
No, you were assigned, Radha ji, you were assigned 122 to 124. 120 to 122 was Rajni ji. So I just want to make sure that Rajni ji
okay.
is not here, because then it gets very confusing then.
Yeah, Dipakanji, currently she read only chapter 21. 22 is yet to be read.
Sunil.
Yeah, actually, Dipankar, chapter 22 is Sunil's family. Let them finish. And there is one more chapter which Sunil was supposed to read for
21.
chapter 21. That will be taken for chapter 23, one portion which is Radha's 122 and 124. Rajni, I just spoke to her. She'll be joining in 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, then I'll wait for my turn.
Okay, so Sunil ji, you can begin.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. I will go. Chapter 22. Rescues from serpent bites. Bala Saheb Mirkar, Babu Saheb Booty, Amir Shakkar, Hemant Pant Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature of the form of the Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Sesha are not able to describe it fully. But the devotees cannot but know and look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are the only means of their happiness. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month waits out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all, nor do we get her light. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and on the second day also, she is not clearly visible. Then the people are asked to see the moon through an opening between the two branches of a tree. And when they began to see through this aperture eagerly and after considerately, the distinct small crescent of the moon comes. To their great delight, within their keen. Following these clues, let us try to seize Baba's light. Look at Baba's posture. Now fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded and right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on their right foot. On the right toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba means to say, as it were, if you want to see my light, be egoless and most humble and meditate on my toe through the opening between the two branches, index and middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my light. This is the easiest means of attaining devotion. Now let us stone for a moment of Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on the account of Baba's stay. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one and in some form or other. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful natural knowledge and his all pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience one or all of these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahman, and other times he was a conscious bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times he indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite ambiguous, clear, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, and other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very plain. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many according to the requirement. His life was therefore inscrutable beyond the keen of our mind, beyond our intelligence and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still we were overflowing with joy. We can count the showers of rain, encircle the wind in a leather bag, but who can gauze or measure his leelas? How we deal her with one respect of this is how he anticipated for forestalled the calamities of his devotees and wandered them off in time. Bala Sahib Mirkar. Bala Sahib Mirkar, son of Sridhar Kaka Sahib Mirkar, was a Mamaldar of Kopargaon. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced. When Baba sounded a note of warning as follows: "Do you know our Dwarka Mai?" As Bala Sahib did not understand, he quite kept Baba continued. "This is a Dwarka Mai. Where are you sitting?" She warded off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai is a presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the mother of simple devotees. Who shall who she will say in calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all her troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him Mudi and placed his protecting hand on his head. When Bala Sahib was about to depart, he again said, "Do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman with serpent?" And then closing the left arm like a fist, he brought it near the right elbow. And moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent, he said, "He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwarka Mai?" When the Dwarka Mai, its a presiding deity, protested, "What can the serpent do?" All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this, and it references to Mirkar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Sahib saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Sahib and enjoy the Chitali trip. Shama came to Bala Sahib and told him that he would go with him according to Baba's wish. Bala Sahib replied that he did not come as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him that Bala Sahib said to him. Baba said, "All right, do not go. You should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen." In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought over again and calling Shama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shama going again to Baba and taking his leave and started with Bala Sahib in the Tanga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they had quiet in the temple, talking and chit-chatting. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His upper dhotar was spread across his waist, and on a part of it, a snake was sitting snobs out. It began to move with a rustling sound which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake and raised an alarm. "Serpent, serpent." Bala Sahib was frightened and began to queer. Shama was also amazed. Then he and others moved noiselessly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake got down slowly from the waist and it moved away from Bala Sahib. It was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted, and Bala Sahib's love for the Baba was deeply confirmed. Babu Sahib Bhuti, a great astrologer named Nana Sahib Tengle, told one day, "Babu Sahib Bhuti, who were then in Shirdi, today is an auspicious day for you. There is a danger of your life." This made Babu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to masjid, Baba said to Babu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you? Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him boldly. Let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Babu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself, where he saw a snake. His serpent saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Babu Sahib asked him to get a big stick. Thus, before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was keen, moving away and soon disappeared. Babu Sahib remembered with joy Baba's word of fearlessness. Sri Satsananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Now my son will continue. Amir.
Amir Shakar.
Amir Sakar was a native from the village Korel in Kopargaon, Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission against the agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He was then reminded of God, and then so he left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in Chavari, which was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village or Korel itself would have been better for Amir, but Baba's words was the deciding factor and the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid, but fix him in the Chavari, where he got very great advantage. Baba passed via Chavari every morning and every evening, and every alternate day Baba went to Chavari in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often easily. Amir stayed there for full 9 months, and then somehow or other he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and went and came to Kopargaon, and he stayed in Dharmasala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Then Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went to inform the authorities that he would be held responsible for the death, and he was the first and sole informative and knew something about it. He vented his action viz leaving Shirdi without Baba's leave and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and that same night he ran back, remembering and muttering Baba's name on the way. He reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chowdi perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders, and got himself cured. One night so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern carefully and examined Baba's bed but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike the ground with the sakka. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might suspected some serpent had come there. Amir could know by the close and long contact and the meaning of Baba's words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moved. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and then he brought it. He saw a coil of a serpent there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon the serpent was immediately bitten to death. Thus Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir. Hemantpad, Scorpion and Serpent. 1. Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading 2 works of Sri Eknath Maharaj with Bhagavat and Bharata Ramayanam, and Hemant Pad had the good fortune to be one of the audience when reading the works and was going on. Once when a portion of the Ramayanam relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to the mother's instruction was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemantpad was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on his right shoulder of Hemantpad and his upper dhoti. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent of hearing his stories. He literally cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it was dead silence. But not a bit moved here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. There, by Lord's grace, Hemantpad, without disturbing the audience, took the two ends of his dhodar, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On another occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of the Kaka Sahib's Wada just before nightfall, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and coiled up. A light was brought through it, though it was first dazzled, yet it still sat still and only moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed with the sticks and cudgels, but it sat in an awkward place. No blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of the men, the serpent went hastily through the same hole, when all the persons there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram Muktaram then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hemantpad challenged him, saying that serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed, and the latter that they should. As night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion. God, as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all begins, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he will it, no one can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love for all creatures, leave off adventurous fights and kills, and be patient. The Lord God is the protector of all life.
Bobi Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Sunilji, Advait. And now we'll stop for the Aarti. And after the Aarti, Rajniji, you would start on chapter 23, followed by Radhaji.
Dipakarji, I think chapter 23, initially half, I think my wife should read, right? That's what Santoshji told.
Santosh? Where is he?
I'm sorry, what is that?
No, chapter 23, initially my wife should read, right, Santoshji?
Yeah, for Radha's thing, you can do your portion.
Yeah, but Santosh, Radhaji is coming at the second half of chapter 23. The chapter 23.
Yeah, she can. They can read for that, and Radhagar will wait if someone is not joining.
No, that's okay. Yeah. I thought in case anybody is not there,
yes,
because they switched me
wait
earlier.
And,
that's fine. No problem.
Correct.
Sunilji, okay, your wife will read pages 122 to page 124.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 122 to 124.
Yes, 122 to page 124. Rajni ji will read 120 to page 122. After
could you please tell me? I don't have page numbers here. Till what?
Chapter
That's
20,
actually chapter 23, starting of
chapter 23, the first two pages, Rajni ji.
Means till the cholera epidemic. I don't have the page numbers here. Sorry.
Yeah, till cholera epidemic. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, Saidham.
Yeah, in 3 minutes we'll do Aarti. We'll start the Aarti, then we'll continue for the remaining chapter 23. Yes.
Shall I start the chapter or Aarti is going to be first?
Aarti first.
Okay.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, 12 o'clock, Aarti will start. 12 to 12,
Sure.
12:30.
Sure.
Start చేసేయండి Aarti, and I can make that as up. Yeah.
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। आरती करो बाबा जी, आरती करो साई सी, आरती करो
आद्या सन्ति देवाः ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसय्यसाहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कूर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यम् कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः ॐ स्वस्ति साम्राज्यं भोज्यं स्वराज्यं वैराज्यं पारमेश्वरं राज्यं महाराज्याधिपत्यमयं समन्तवर्या ईशात् सार्वभौमः सर्वायुषान्त्रादात् परादात् पृथिव्यै समुद्रपर्यन्ताय एकरायितदप्पेशश्लोकोऽभिगीतो मरुतः परिवेष्टारो मरुतस्यावसङ्ग्रहे आविष्टस्य कामप्रे विश्वे देवाः सभासदैते श्रीनारायण वासुदेवाय सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। अनंता तुलाते कसे स्तभावे अनंता तुलाते कसे नमावे अनंता मुखाचा श्री शेषगाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा स्मरावे मणिपुरपदानि नित्यभावे पुरावे तले भक्तिसाठी स्वभावे करावे जगतारुणी मायताता नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ वसे जो सदा मया संत लीला इसे यज्ञलोकात् परि जो जनाला परियंतरे ज्ञान कैवल्य दाता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ वराला जन्म महामानवाचा नरासार्थका साधनी भूत साचा धरो साई प्रेमागणाया हंता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ धरावे कळेसान अल्पज्ञबाला करावे अमाधन्य चुंबो निगाला मुखे गाल प्रेमे कराग्रास हाता नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ सुराधिक ज्ञानच्या पदावंदिताते सुराधिक ज्ञानते समान पदेते दयागादी तीर्थे पदे नम्र होता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ तुझ्या पाहता गोपबाले सदारंगलेचे स्वरूपे निराले कैलास प्रेरणा सवे कृष्णनाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ तुला मागतो मागणे एक द्यावे करा जोडितो दीन अत्यंत भावी भवी मोहनी राज हातारी राथा नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ ऐसा येई साई दिगंबरा अक्षयवतारा सर्वज्ञावतो सतीसारा अनुसया त्रिकुमारा कामादेवा काशे स्नान जपा सचिदेवशे कोल्हापुर देशे श्री निर्मल नदी तुंगा जलकाशी निद्रा
भक्तावरद सदा सुखकारे देशिलमुक्ते च ये एव पायेव दुःखं जपमाला कमण्डलो मृगजाला धारण करे सेवा गजटा मुकुट शोभतो मा साये जाने अक्षयगंधे सदने यमेव सदने रक्षसे संकटवारुणी ऐसा या परिजान तुझे गुरुराया दृश्य करे नयनाया पूर्णानंद सुखे दीपाया रागशे हरि गुण काया ऐसा साइदिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतारा सर्वव्यापक सारा अनुसयाति कुमारा बाबा सदा सस्वरूपं चिदानन्दकन्दं जगत्सम्भवस्थान संहार हेतु स्वभक्तेच्छयामानुषं दर्शयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भगवद्वातविद्वांसमातङ्गविद्यं मनोवागतीतं मुनिर्ज्ञानगम्यं जगद्व्यापकं निर्मलं निर्गुणत्वां नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवाम्भोधिमग्नाधिकानाञ्जनानां स्वपादाश्रितानां स्वभक्ते प्रियाणां समुद्धारणार्थं प्रणवसन् भवन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा निर्वरुक्ष्यस्य मूलादिवासात् सुधास्राविणं ते तमभ्यक्षयन्तं तरुं कल्पवृक्षादिकं साधयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा कल्पवृक्षस्य तस्यादिमूले भवद्भावबुद्ध्या सपर्यादिसेवा गुणां कुर्वतां भोक्तिमुक्ते प्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अनेकाश्रुतातर्क्यलीलाविलासे समावेशकृते जानहस्वप्रभावम् अहं भावहीनं प्रसन्नात्मभावं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सतां विश्रमाणाममेवाभिरामं सदा सज्जनैः सन्नमद्वे जनामोदनं भक्तभद्रप्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अजन्माद्यमेकं परब्रह्म साक्षात् स्वयं सम्भवं राममेवावतीर्णं भवद्दर्शनात् सम्मुदितप्रभोहं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् श्री साईश कृपानिधे खिलनृणां सर्वार्थसिद्धे प्रदा युष्मत्पादरज प्रभावमतुलं धाता विवर्ता क्षमात् सद्भक्ता शरणं कृताञ्जलिपुटा सम्प्रापितोऽस्मि प्रभो श्रीमत्साई परेशपादकमलान् ज्ञान्यच्छरण्यं मम साईरोपधर रागोत्तमं भक्तकामविबुधद्रुमं प्रभुं माययोपातचित्तशुद्धये चिन्तयाम्यहमर्निशं मुदा शरत्सुधांशुप्रतिमं प्रकाशं कृपातपत्रं तव साईनाथ त्वदीयपादाब्जसमाश्रितानां स्वच्छायया तापमपाकरोतु उपासनादैव साईनाथ स्तवैर्मयोपासनिनाथ तस्त्वं रमेन्मनोन्मे तव पादयुग्मे भृङ्गो यथाब्धे मकरन्दलुब्धा अनेकजन्मार्जितपापसंशयो भवेत् भवत्पादसरोजदर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वान्धपरान्धपुण्यकान् प्रसीद साये सद्गुरोदयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृतपोतचित्तास् तत्पादसेवनरतः सततं च वक्ष्य संसारजन्यजुनितोऽधमनीकतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ते स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेत् भक्त्या यो नरस्तन्मनः सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपापात्रं भवेत् ध्रुवम् करचरणकृतं वा कायं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वा पुराणम् विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत्क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री प्रभो साईनाथ श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगी राज महाराज समर्थ सतगुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की विष्णुदेव समृत धाम भोज श्रोत्र तथा लोकम ओम प्रणाश
पंडित जी आपके निकालना पंडित
ऑनलाइन सच्चरित्र पारायण बाय Shirdi Saidham Baba Paryanam group. If anybody would like to join group, they can provide their number. So, include you.
पंडित जी can show the aarti. पंडित जी can you show the aarti? Aarti दिखा पंडित जी. Okay, I think he's left.
Yeah. I think he has left something.
Yeah. Dipankar, yeah, you can start, Dipankar.
Yeah. So Rajni ji, let's start with you and then followed by.
Thank you.
Sure.
Om Sri Sainathaya Namaha, chapter 23. In reality, this Jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. But being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is existence, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the one who does things and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way of deliverance. The only of deliverance is loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, the Lord Sai, has blessed his bhaktas and transformed them into himself. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and carry out the duties of their respective stations in this life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the Lord in all mobile and immovable things of this world, humility was the most appropriate. He did not disregard or disrespect anybody, for he saw Narayan in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant and that he always remembered God and always said the words, Allah Malik, God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know saints well enough, how they behave or what they do. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to liberate ignorant and bound souls like us. If there is a store of merits on our account, we get a desire to listen to the stories and leelas of saints. Let us now turn to the main story of this chapter, Yoga and the Onion. Once it is so happened that a keen scholar of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba was pleased with him, he should show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in mind, he came to Shirdi and went to the masjid. There he saw Sai Baba eating bread with onion. On seeing this, a thought arose in his mind. How can this man who eats stale bread with raw onion solve my issues and help me? Sai Baba read his mind immediately and said to Nana Sahib, Nana, only he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet in complete surrender. With a pure and open mind, he explained his difficulties and had them solved by Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's udi and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemant Pant begins the story, he says that the jiva is very similar to a parrot, since they are both bound, one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, their guru, comes along and with God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage that their eyes are opened to a greater and larger life. In the last chapter, we saw how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to be befall Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear an even grander story. Once, Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was stung and the poison began to spread into his body. The pain was severe and Shama thought that he would die soon. His friends wanted to take him to the god Vitoba, where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to the masjid to his Vitoba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to yell at him. He got enraged and said, Oh, Vile Badurdia, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so. And then roared, Go, get away, come down. Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and that Sai Baba his sole refuge. But if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hope of life and sat there dejected. After a while, Baba became normal and calm, and Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, Don't be afraid. The merciful Fakir will save you. Go and sit quietly at home. Don't go out and believe in me. Remain fearless and have no anxiety. Then he was sent home. Soon after this, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Saheb Dikshit to Shama with instructions to the effect that he should eat and drink what he liked, should move freely inside his house, but should not lie down and sleep. Needless to say, these instructions were acted upon and Shama soon recovered. The only things to be remembered in this case are the words Baba used. The words go, get away, come down were not addressed to Shama as it appeared then, but were a direct order to the snake and its poison to not go up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Maharashtra, Baba did not have to use any incantation, charged rice, or water. His words by themselves were most efficacious in saving Shama's life. Anyone who hears this story and other similar ones will develop firm faith in Sai Baba's feet. And the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to always remember Baba's holy feet. Shall I stop from here?
Sri
Sri
Sachita
Sananda Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj ki
Ki.
jai.
Sunilji, yeah, Sunilji,
Yeah, yes, sir.
yeah, your turn, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The panchas of the village assembled together and decided upon two ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were one, no fuel cart should be allowed to come into the village, and two, no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and panchas. Baba knew that all of this were superstitions and therefore he cared two pence for the cholera ordinance. When the ordinance were enforced, a fuel cart came in and went to the entire city. Nobody knew that there was a dearth of fuel in the village. Still, people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted to fuel his Agni, and so he purchased it. Like like an Agnihotri keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his dhuni ever burning all day and night. And for this, he always stocked fuel. Baba's home, that is, the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and the key, and some poor people removed some of the wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to ordeal of truth. But let us know how the second cholera audience fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Malingyo alias Bade Baba was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it in one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right hand of Baba. After this pipe was the first smoked by him, it was offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at the noon, Baba respectfully called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side. And then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily rupees 50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba hundred pace, hun- um, accompanied him 100 paces whenever he was going. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, "Why it should be killed for nothing?" Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and got a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to bring another knife but stayed in the Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was good gold, no doubt, but he had to be tested. Baba asked him to get the knife and kill the goat. He went to Sahib's Vada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to any act of violence, he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, while a pure Brahmin was making preparation to do so. He tightened his dhotar and with a semicircular motion raised his hand and with a knife and looked at Baba for a final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go, go on, strike." Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop. How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept his knife down and said to Baba, "Your nectar-like word is the law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day in and day out. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and promote compliance with Guru's order is our duty and dharma." Then Baba asked Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of a near place called Takya, where Fakir used to sit. Then, when the goat was being removed to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemapant closes the chapter with a classification of disciples. He says that there are three kinds: first or the best, second or the middling, the third or the ordinary. Best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out orders of their masters to the letter without any delay, and the third kind of disciples are those who go on to postponing the postponing the carrying out their orders and making mistakes at every step. The disciple should be should have firm faith backed up by intelligence, and if they and the patience to these, their spiritual goals will not be distant. Control of control of breath, ingoing and outgoing, or Hatha yoga or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the master then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we will deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to
Bhakti
Sai.
Sri Sai, peace
Peace
be
be
to
to
all.
Sri
Sri
Satchidananda
Satyananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Ki
Maharaj Ki
Jai.
Jai. Thank you, Deepak.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sinaji. Now, for the next speaker, the reader is Krishna Veni and Shri Ram Venkat. Are you all online?
I think they are in the temple only, Dipankar. They changed the slot because that Vishnu something Sahasranam Deva was
Vishnu
there.
Sahasranama, they are doing the chanting, so I reached out. But then there was another lady. Okay, Snehita ji, she had missed her slot this morning, so
she has joined.
Yeah, so chapter 24. Can you please read chapter 24 for us, please?
Sure. I'm just opening the book.
And Deepankar, if you want, I can read some too. Venkat.
Yeah, okay, but Venkat ji. So, Snehita ji, why don't you read chapter 125 to 127, and then Venkat ji can read 127 to 129.
Sure.
Saidham.
Okay. Should I start then?
Yes.
Okay. Chapter 24. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectively hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hemat Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon, the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday, it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemat Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Shriman Bhuti and Kaka Sahib Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that, some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeves of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeves and found that there were some grains. Hemat Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemat Pant also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow Anna Sahib has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemat Pant: "Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you should shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to Bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not brought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the persons present, but if none be nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral: let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind, and intellect enjoy their objects first, he should be remembered. And if this be done, it is in a way of making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vrittis, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all vrittis. When before enjoyment of the objects you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru and grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness, we are the body, will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness, we are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So, leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased, and by purifying our minds, will give us self realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non attachment, and salvation will be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this samsar world. The consciousness of worldly pleasure will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness.
Om Saidham. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemat Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balaram were living with a co-student named Sudama In the ashram of their guru, Sandipani, once Krishna and Balaram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water, as I was thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on the empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him, and the Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for the rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what were you eating? What is this chitter chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I cannot even repeat Vishnu Sahasranama. Namam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, What should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, Let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you were eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in the utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to the God and then enjoy them after they are renounced by him. Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchankar and Moshibai. Hemant Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by the name Damodar Gnanashyam Babare, alias Anna Chinchankar. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and gulliness. So Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Santan in Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Khatada railing. On the right side, one old widow named Vinubai Kunjalgi, whom Baba called mother, and all others called Moshibai, who was serving Baba in her own way. The Moshibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped she clapped the fingers of both her hands round the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcefully that Baba's back and abdomen became flat and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Mushiba's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lively fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with gray hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I am an old bad fellow? Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully, lovingly. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I can't understand what harm or impropriety is there when the when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency of bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other person interfering in this. To quote an instance, the seeing the force used by her, the same Musiboy was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like a live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one hand of the satka, both hands, and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The sakta, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed already to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immobile, and they began to go closer and closer to it, and clasped and the post firmly. Every moment the rapture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Musibai to be moderate and hear her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onwards, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merit and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Yeah. Can I start? This is Srivani.
Yes, Shrivani.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, chapter
Srivani,
20.
Deepankaji, I'm going to continue with her, right? This is Hema.
Yes, you will continue after Shrivani ji.
Oh, yeah. So should I continue from 132? Like grain dealing from the?
Or Amra Leela, right?
Amra Leela. Which one? I don't know.
I don't know too because I don't have a book with me.
Oh, okay. So you're going to read up to Amra Leela, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll
yes,
start.
yes, please. So page 132, Amar Leela.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Damu Anna Kasir of Ahmednagar. Speculations and Amar Leela. Preliminary. We begin this chapter with a bow with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, who is Parabrahma and the great Yogeshwara. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints, who is the home of all auspicious things, who is our Atmaram, and who is the able refuge of the devotees, who prostrate ourselves before him, who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy, who is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hemant Pant to write the life and Leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemant Pant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, he say, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Satcharitra, which is a Somakant jewel, from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Saval Ram Rasne, Kasar of Ahmednagar, now of Pune, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 when the Ramanavami Utsava celebration began, and from that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs that come there for the festival. His speculations: 1. Cotton. A Bombay friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as a profit. Damu Anna says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal about speculating at Bombay in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he, Damu Anna, was to be the sole adventurer. Wide page number 75 of the Devotees Experiences Part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Anna was oscillating in his mind. He could not at once determine to venture in the speculation. He thought about this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he came with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what's the matter was, and that what the paper was about. He replied that Damu Anna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, what does he write and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to catch the sky and that he is not content with what God has given to him. read his letter. Shama then said, the letter contains what you have just said now. O Deva, sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they got restless, you draw them here, some in person and some other through letters. If you know the content of the letter, why do you then press me to read it? Baba said, Oh Shama, read it please. I speak at random and who believes me? Then Shama read the letter and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, the shed Damu Anna has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with loaf bread he has now, and let him not bother himself about lakhs. Shama sent the reply which Damu Anna was anxiously waiting for. Reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as a profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake in consulting Baba, but as Shama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in the seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought inadvisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of profits to him. Damu Anna was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present, and future were clear to him as an amalka fruit in hand. A child wants sweets, but its mother gives bitter pills. The farmer spoils its health, while the later improve it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of of her infant, coaxes it and gives it bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him. Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits. Seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in grain, rice, wheat, and other groceries. Baba read also this thought and said to him, you will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee. So this business was also given up. The rise is the prices of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's propensity seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grains suffered a severe loss. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with a severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damu Anna's faith in Baba grew strong, and he remained a true devotee to Baba till his passing away even now. Amrlila. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes were received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamaldar named Rale to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in a good condition. They were given in Shama's charge, and only 4 were retained and placed in the Columba by Baba. He said that these 4 fruits are for Damu Anna. Let them lie there. This Damu Anna had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent, and found that as there was a Papi, inauspicious plant in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in this life. But he had a great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are damyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Mahalsapati, a prominent Shirdi devotee, explained to him that death meant that the death of the little self or egos, and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. He said that he would accept the fruits and eat them, but Baba said to him, do not eat yourself, but give them to your junior wife. This Amra Leela mango miracle of 4 mangoes will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and ultimately, in due course, it was found Baba's words turned out true and not these of the astrologers. Baba's speech established its efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but wonder of wonders, it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb will give you hope and confidence. Not only myself, but my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always. Believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Thank you. Om Sri Sai Ram.
Deepankarji, I'm continuing it, okay?
Yeah, please.
Sairam. Prayer. Hemant Band closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, birth and deaths in this sansar. Now free us from the cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, nor wife, nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussion and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just collapse us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in our light. In your light, that you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits and path births. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Damu Anna's statement mentioned above is worth perusal, page 76. Once, when I sat at his feet, allowing with many others, I had 2 questions in my mind, and he gave answers to both. There are so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To then he replied orally, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers became fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits. By wind, etc., very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be and how I am to fare then. To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That promise he had kept up before 1918 and has been keeping up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910-11 when the brothers separated from me and my sister died and there was a theft and police inquiry. All these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his Upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Boli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Hi, this is Madhu.
Madhu, yes, please. Chapter 26.
Where do I stop? Should I stop before Harishchandra Patel?
Yes.
Before that, right? I finish Bhakta Part and I stop.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Saidham, I'm sharing this chapter with you, right? My name is Shravanti.
Yeah, hi. You start at Harishchandra.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, page 136, if you have a book.
I don't have a book. I'm reading it online. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, you start from Harishchandra.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chapter 26. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent, on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, that is, things, as they outwardly appear, and not the phenomena which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision. Inner worship. Hemat Pant had given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the bukka, black powder, in the form of devotion, and tie the waistband of bhakti and place her head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave chamar of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego to you. Make our eyes yours so that we shall never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in BB and CI rail train where he met many friends bound to Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them and he could not say no. They alighted at Mumbai while Pant got down at Virar. There, he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip and, after arranging for expenses, left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached there in the morning and went to the masjid at 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his sense. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows: Come what may, Leave not, but stick to your own bolster, supporting that is Guru, and ever remain steady with him. Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his Guru. This kindness of Baba is never forgotten in his life. Thank you.
Shravanti ji, it is your turn now.
Oh, sorry, I was reading on mute. Sorry. Harishchandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harishchandra Pital in Bombay. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic doctors, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy. Example, resorting to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Kanu, by his inimitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Bombay presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learnt therefrom and from others that Baba, by his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking presents and fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with family, wife, and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son on Baba's feet. No sooner Baba saw the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to foam and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he breathed himself out. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and excited. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail, crying that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Then Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodging. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Wada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family, husband, wife, and others were very delighted, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale came with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his help. Baba then smilingly said, "Are not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calm down now, Hari? Lord will protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweet meat on a large scale and gave Baba excellent fruits and pan, betel leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very sattvic lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, staring at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her of an amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like gods, the saints are always dependent on their devotees who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close by and said to him, "Babu, I had given you before 2 rupees. Now I give you 3 rupees. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as that was his first trip to Shirdi, he could not understand that Baba what Baba meant when he said that he had given 2 rupees previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Bombay, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him 2 rupees formerly. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about that, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, as you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akkalkot for the darshana of the Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and liberal. Your father was pure, devout, and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father 2 rupees for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped and them accordingly till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now, as you are very fortunate, the Akkalkotkar Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba just to remind you to your duties and worship and to ward off all dangers. Now beware, henceforth leave off all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and behave well. Go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees, appraise properly and take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it for your benefit. Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. From that time, he became very careful about his behavior. Mr. Ambadekar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambadekar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Abkari department in the Thana district and in Jawhar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job but did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and we decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit's Wada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. He proposed to do one way, but Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus. Did you ever read this Akkal Kotkar Maharaja's life? Ambadekar took that book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akkal Kotkar Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease. And when he could endure the agony and pain no longer, he became desperate and to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately, the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus. You must enjoy the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If the enjoyment be incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up your store of the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all? Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambadekar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akkalkotkar Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk into his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his afterlife in ease and comfort. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Om Sai Ram. This is Yogi.
Yogi,
Hi.
you are next on chapter 27. Please.
Yeah, I'll start chapter 27.
And chapter 27, please stop at Vittal Vision.
Yeah,
Thank
sure. Om Sai Ram. Chapter 27, favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam, Dikshit Vittal's vision, Gita Rahasya, Kapardesh. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayana and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us regard for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the sattvic emotions. That is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their prana be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob, and shake, let their hostilities and their distinctions, great and small, vanish. If these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions develop in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on to the goal of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the Lord in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The variety of imparting instructions followed by Baba has already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study to Baba and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading daily such books, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknath Bhagavat. Shama took that book to read and taking it with him went to Masjid. There Baba took it from him, touched it and turning some pages here and there gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, no, no, said Baba. As I have given it to you, you better keep it with you for safe custody. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani after some days came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with a bow. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranama. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi came to Shirdi and stayed for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then, after wearing saffron-colored cloths and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam and Adhyatma Ramayana with faith. He read these books often, and then after some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramadasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Sena pods, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar and bring the drug. The Ramadasi closed his reading and went to the bazaar. Then Baba descended from his seat, came to Ramadasi's place of reading, took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and coming to his seat, said to Shama, "Oh Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious. So I present it to you, you read it." Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At this critical time, I hugged this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave to me. I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved.
That's why I can't see anything. That's why I was confused.
Neither. He's asking. What do you want?
Sairam, if your turn is not there, would request to please mute yourself.
I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved me. So I gave this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily, one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramadasi, who was a mad, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly at Sanskrit letters of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to see him up against Ramadasi by this act of his, but he had no idea of what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie the necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam around the neck of Shama, as he was intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of the worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It was also reported that long ago Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his Shama. The Ramadasi returned soon with the Senapods. Anna Chinchanikar, who was then present and who wanted to play the part of Narada, informed him of what happened. The Ramadasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with all fury. He said that it was Shama who said Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine, and thus got the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book be not written, he would dash his head before him. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: "O Ramadasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and sweet words? You read daily these sacred books, and still your mind is impure and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi you are? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should cover this book so strongly? A true Ramadasi should have no mamta and have samta towards all. You are now quarreling with the boy Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty for money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book?" Shama had no concern with it. "I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and profit thereby, and so I gave it to him." How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramadasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give you 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately compromised. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramadasi press for Pancharatni Gita, the God in which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this procedure been not gone through, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the study of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In these cases, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its contents to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G. Narke, MA of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and devotee of Baba. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Usha ji, you can start.
Sure. Jai Saidham, Vittal's vision. One day while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his Vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vittal Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal of Pandharpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, the metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Bapu Sahib Job received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokamanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kapade. Let us close this chapter with a description of the Kapades. Once Dada Sahib Kapade came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in Chase Island. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amaravati and was a member of the Council of State Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, that's Kapade, Nulkar, and Booty, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good-natured. Dada Sahib was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise of the Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya to others, uttered no word. When he came to the masjid before Baba, a man, however learned, he may be even in Vedas, fades away before one, who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kapade stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kapade was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon she bought a dish containing sanjar, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, and kheer, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake things jealously. Shyama then asked him, "What is it? Why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them, but this appeals to you earnestly. Why is this dish brought by this lady so sweet?" This introduced us. Baba then explained, "This food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish." After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched out as he was fully satisfied and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and kneaded her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shyama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It's a wonderful sight to see God and his bhakta serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Rama, then and always said, "If you do this, your life's objects will be achieved. Your mind will attain peace, and then you will be immediately benefited." To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shakti power, that is, transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words? In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one and cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe or not perfect. Bow to Sri Sai Baba. Peace be to all. Jai Sai Ram.
Yes, Saidham. Sunilji. Sunilji, but can you read till the end of page 148, Buran Poor Lady?
48 is.
Yes.
Saidham.
Yes. Chapter 20, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sparrows, chapter 28. Sparrows drawn to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand, Buranpur Lady, Mega. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to God Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be Sadguru. Anyone though learned but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that let his man devotee be at any distance, 1,000 kos away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of three such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman was first serving in the Sai Venkateshwara Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers and Co. as a Munshi clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard standing and surrounded by him, his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur, to hear the Kirtan by Das Kanu. It was and is always the practice of Das Kanu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while doing the Kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Kanu's Kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram, on which Das Kanu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the bhaktas that God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed rupees 15 from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left for Shirdi in the train. He and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajan, sang religion songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers. 4 Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kupargaon, he wanted to buy some good gawas as offering to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the Govas. Just then he saw an old woman with a Goa basket on her head running after the Tonga. The Tonga was stopped and he gladly purchased some fruits. When the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The facts that is he had intended to purchase Govas but had forgotten to do so. The old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends. And Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with the due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from a Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck, and consciousness, Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in the respect is that Baba never liked people to borrow or take loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sansa. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sansa, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day, also, he expected it but got nothing, so he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day, at the noon arti time, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Baba what naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the bhaktas brought two big pot full of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very happy, very hungry, and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, it is good that you are hungry. Take sansa and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he? Evil eye. During this visit, Lakshmi Chand, also witnessed one night the procession to Chavdi. Baba then suffered much more cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and as I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing these proofs, Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrated at Baba's feet and said, "I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's Udi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshin with any other persons of this acquaintance bound for Shirdi. This is good?
Good. Sunilji, Sairam, thank you.
Sairam.
Sairam.
Sairam, yeah. Please start.
Okay. Om Sri Sairam, Barampur lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow. Baba's word meaning devotee. One lady from Barampur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt for his meals. After on awakening, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to masjid, performed Baba's worship, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as Naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was let down. But the lady could not wait. She threw up the curtain with her hand and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi are convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third and bigger sparrow. Megha of Viramgao was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllabled mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra. The Gayatri Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, got him taught the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of the god Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At the Broch railway station, he learnt that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of going to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to him, Sate's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out the rascal, wrote Baba, and then said to Megha, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. How will you will lose your caste by coming here? So get away." Hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home. After that, he went to Trayambak, Nasik district, and started and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not enough. uh, was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Bela leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the gods in the village and then come to the masjid, and after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some services, shampooing his legs, drank the washing teeth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping in God Kandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him again, saying that the door was open then. Megha went, found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makara Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bathe him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this operation, but at his repeated request, he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 kos, going and returning to bring the sacred water from the Gomati river. He brought the water, made all preparations for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be freed from his bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do or gain with Ganges water. But Megha did not listen. He knew that Shiva is pleased with the bath of Ganges water, and that he must give his Shiva Baba the bath on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on the pat wooden board and protruding his head on, "Oh Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the full and whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out Haragange and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that Baba's head was only drenched, but the body quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba in two places. In Masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in Vada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confront the faith, Baba gave him a vision. Early one morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake through akshanta, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes but did not see Baba, but saw only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision but direct order, and my words are always pregnant with the meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I thought it was a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form nor any extension. I always live everywhere. I carry on as wire puller. All the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Megha returned to the Vada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramadasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, an image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect, that is, worship him now." Megha was surprised to see Pindi following trident immediately. Then also in the Vada, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath, and was remembering Sai when he saw a pindi before his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that the pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the pindi near the big picture which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by arranging the drawing of the trident and the installation of the pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hand over his corpse and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the usual funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bo to Sri Sai, peace to all. Chapter 29. Stories of number 1, Madrasi Bhajani Mela, Tendulkar's father and son, Dr. Captain Hate, Vaman Narvekar. This chapter described other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Madrasi Bhajani Mela. It was in year 1916 that a Madrasi Bhajani Mela party of Ramadasi Pant started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived at Shirdi in Kopargaon Taluka, Ahmednagar district, a great sage named Sai Baba, who was
have you just started chapter 29?
yes.
But chapter 29 we have Utpal right here. You were only up till page 152.
Okay, I saw it till 153. So
No, yeah, but that was
152.
yes. Sairam, and thank you so much.
Saidham, thank you.
Utpal ji, can you please start again chapter 29, please?
Yes, Deepangar ji. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 29, story of Madrasi Bhajani Mela, Tendulkar's father and son, and Dr. Captain Hay and Vaman Narvekar. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Madrasi Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 that a Madrasi Bhajani Mela, party of the Ramdasi Panth, started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. This party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived at Shirdi in Kopargaon Taluka, Ahmednagar district, a great sage named Sai Baba, who was calm and composed and who was very liberal and who distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons who went and showed their skills there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a three-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of a Bhakta Kodaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20, and even rupees 50 to other Bhaktas as he pleased. On hearing this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajans and sang very good songs, but inwardly they craved for money. 3 of the party were full of avarice, but the chief lady of all mistress was a very different nature. She had a regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noonday arti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and was pleased to give her darshan of her Ishtam, beloved deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath, Ram, while to the others, the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Later in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that she was very simple and devout, and her seeing Ram might be a hallucination of her mind. He foofed her and her saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram while they all saw Sai Baba. This did not resent. She did not resent this mark, as she was fortunate enough to get Ram darshan now and then. when her mind was calm and composed and free from avarice. Wonderful, wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a wonderful vision in his dream one night as follows. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage lockup. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quiet outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so near, he said in plaintive tone, hearing your fame I came to your feet, and why should a calamity befall on me when you are standing here in person? Baba said, you must suffer calamity, you must suffer the consequences of your action. He said, I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me. Baba said, if not in this life, you must have committed some sins in your past life. He replied, I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sins then, why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence as the dry grass before fire? Baba, have you got such faith? He said, yes. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard the thumping sound of something falling down, and opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police had fallen down bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you. Then he begged, there is no other savior except you. Save me anyhow. Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them, he saw that he was free out of the cage and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Then think well and reply. He said, there is a lot of difference there is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, formerly I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us, the Hindus. Baba said, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods? He said, no. Then Baba said, have you got a panja, emblem of hand, in your house, and do you not worship the same in Tabut, that is Mono festival? Also, there is in your house another Mohammedan deity by name Kadbibi, whom you propitiate and appears on your marriage and other festivals. Is it not so? He admitted all this. Then Baba said, what more do you want? Then a desire arose in his mind to get a darshan of his Guru Ramdas. When Baba asked him to turn back and see, and when he turned, lo, Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he begin to fall at his feet, Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, you look old. Do you know your age? Baba said, Baba, what do you say? What do you say? I'm old. Just run and race with me and see. Saying this, Baba began to run, and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and the man was awakened. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai.
Shijal ji, you are
Yes.
starting now.
Yeah, sounds like. After awaking, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his grabbing and the doubting tendencies disappeared and a true devotion of Baba's feet sprang in his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all the persons assembled in the masjid for the arti, Baba gave him prasad 2 rupee worth sweet meats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessings, saying, Allah God will give you plenty and he will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got for better things Vaisa Baba's blessings, which stood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they had not to suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe and sound, thinking of Baba's words and blessings and Anand bliss they experienced by his grace. The story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed and is following even now in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitribai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala containing 800 abhangs and padas describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Babu Tendulkar was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers examining his horoscope. They told him that the stars were not favorable and the year and that year, and that he should appear for the examination next year when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Sai Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. Hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust in me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and mm, returned home and appeared and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers, he did well, but being overwhelmed by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in both. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace. Though the stars were against him, it is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested, as it were, if we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Bombay. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and a reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 per month, and his pension, that is half the amount, Vaisa rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dreams and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be paid, settled as a pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you." Though Baba said rupees 100, still he was given 10 rupees more, that is 110, as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit for his bhaktas. Captain Hate. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hate then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forget his mother, how could it be saved?" Then Hate went into the garden and took out fresh walpapdi vegetables and arranging she Sida, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, etc., and Dakshina, was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all the things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying Shida articles and Wal Papdi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as Dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but Wal Papdi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hate. Mr. Nimonkar prepared the Naivedya rice and Valpapdi vegetables next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate Valpapdi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bounds when he heard of this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. And another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a coin of rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. With him, Hate sent him his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation gave first his dakshina which Baba pocketed. Then he gave Hate's rupee which Baba took in his hand and began to share at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, return this to its owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment. The friend returned to Gwalior and handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate and told him all that happened at Shirdi. This time Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and he wished intently Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side obverse of it were engraved the figures of Rama, Lakshman, and Sita, and the other side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with the hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao as follows. Why should it be written to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be written. Then for the sake of the rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said the value of the rupee far exceed 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee, let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed his particular action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Both to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
And Rajji, you are, yeah, please. Chapter 30.
30. Full. I'm reading the full chapter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Chapter 30. Drawn to Shirdi. Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two married devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary. Bow to the kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his merry darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusions, sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints, and for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. We who were
or weak and without any merits, do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai, thus will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemadpant favored him, and the result of this is the present work of Sai Satcharitra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemadpant felt no burden or any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech, and then why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a merry tale but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion but unlimited love and devotion. Learn, devote, and faithful believers or those who consider themselves as servants of the saints will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi there. He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeswar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishek, pouring fresh water over the Pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night, she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeswar in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai Samad of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody in this real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the saint and the Anant God are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a merry boast. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively in his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it is happened with Kakaji. Shyama's oath. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shyama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shyama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddesses Saptashringi at Vani that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breasts. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows. And after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Sriman Bhuti and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shyama's younger brother Babaji consulted him and was told about his mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Babaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded all the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the oaths, as to him he was his Saptasrungi goddesses. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptashrungi and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Woody, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this! Kakaji asked him who he was and whence did he come. And on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's oaths, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba than his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this! Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The merry darshan itself was so conducive to happiness, and restlessness of my mind disappeared by his merry darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's Leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Woody and blessings, returned home. Kushalchand of Rahta. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes out true. in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dreams, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Saheb Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahta and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi, as he had not seen him since long. Kaka Saheb accordingly took a tanga and went to Rahta. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go. As he had no horse on his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit Tanga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the Tanga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tailed exactly with those of the picture. Then on making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj ki jai. And I'll hand over to Senthilji for the next batch. Saidham.
Thank you, Dipankarji. Saidham.
Saidham, we are starting this Chavdi group with chapter 131. Srijaji, you there? Hello.
Saidham, can you hear me?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yep.
Chapter 31.
Yeah, you can read half page of 160 until 166.
Okay.
Thank you.
The passing away in Baba's presence of Sannyasi Vijayanand, Balaram Mankar, Nulkar, Megha, and the tiger. In this chapter, Hemapan describes the passing away of certain persons and a tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary. The last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of the death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he that meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he looks for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment. For more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by many causes. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any or the last moment. All saints therefore recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be puzzled when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the all-knowing saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. Vijayanand. A Madrasi sannyasi named Vijayanand started on pilgrimage to Manasa Sarovar. En route on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Somadevaji Swami of Hardwar and inquired from him about the particulars of the Manasa Sarovar trip. The Swami told him that Sarovar was 500 miles above the Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, with plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kors, and suspicious nature of the people of Tibet, who gives a lot of trouble to the pilgrim on the way. On hearing this, sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. In the morning, Darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the tirth, holy water, from his toe and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying the sandal paste, and some sense to his body. And all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enriched with him, he was filled with affection for Baba, and he did not like to leave. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Madras stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side. But he could not leave without Baba's permission, so he saw Baba with the letter in hand and asked for his permission to return. Omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyasa? Fondness or attachment makes ill of and occur garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging wait with patience for a few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all the attachment to the things of this world and next. He who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari Lord will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who surrenders and meditates on him, and with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable. So you have come here, now attend to what I say and realize the end of your life. After being desireless, begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavat. Do 3 saptahas, 3 readings during 3 weeks consciously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows. Your illusions will vanish and you will get peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba described this remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavat in a secluded part of the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days. And on the 3rd day, he breathed his last on Fakir Bade Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a good reason. The police afterwards came and, on making proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati, salvation. Balaram Mankar. There was a household devotee of Baba by name Balaram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusted his household to his son, left his home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did this in a wise. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Manchingrada, district Satara. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba. But Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course of him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day on the Gada. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar went to Gada. He was much pleased with the lovely sight, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice assiduously the meditation as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in their samadhi or trance states. In Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, in Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind. And I sent you here to rest your unsteady mind. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length, and not outside of it. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. Jai Sairam.
Oh, Om Saidham. It is for this reason that I sent you here. Then after the period was over, Mankar left the Gada and processed to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon. When a villager with a langoti piece of cloth on his waist and kambali on his shoulder turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dadar," replied Mankar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket from mine. As he have some urgent business here, I have cancelled my Dadar trip." Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was just taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared. In the crowd, Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a stage form. The Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, always following his binding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence and with the blessings of Baba. Uh, Tatya Sahib Nolkar. Hemat Pant gives no particular reading Tatya Sahib Nolkar except the bare mention of the fact that he of his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Sahib was a subject at Pandarpur in 1909 when Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamaltadar there. Both met often and exchanged talks. Tatya Sahib did not believe in saints, while Nana Sahib loved them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. He finally agreed to go to Shirdi on 2 conditions. 1, he must get a Brahmin cook, and 2, must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib. The consignor being not known, as the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Padatita was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Fourth, Mega. The story of Mega has been already described in chapter 28. When Mega died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. But Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Mega's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow, then covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation. Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have been seen giving sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even a cruel animal like a tiger came to Baba's feet for being saved. It is this story which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its fierce face turned to the rail. It was suffering from some pain or agony. Its keepers, three dervishes, were taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all was in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down the chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides disease ridden. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with fear and amazement. The dervishes went in, told Baba everything about the animal, and with his consent, brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it was taken aback on account of the lustrosity of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the dervishes were first much dejected and full of sorrow, but on mature thought they came to their senses. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearing its end, it was very meritorious on its part that it should meet its death at the feet and in the presence of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creature bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are saved, and useless, they have got a good store of merits on their account. How could they get such a happy ending? Go to Shiti Sai, peace to be all. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Sudhakar. Can I start with chapter 32?
Saidham, thank you. Yep, you can start with chapter 32.
Thank you, Saidham. Chapter 32, In Quest of Guru and God, Fasting Disapproved. In this chapter, Yamatpan describes two things, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God, and how Baba made Mrs. Gokhale, who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat Puran Polis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Yamatpan describes the Sansara, visible world, by the allegory of Ashwatha, banyan tree, which had in the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downward and upwards and are nourished by the gunas, qualities, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots, leading to actions, are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with a sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond, treading where there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of the good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Veda and Vedant's sacred literature may be, he cannot reach this destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey move aside. Baba's experience in this matter through the story of through the story which he gave out himself is really wonderful, which when attended to will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The quest. Once 4 of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of the Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self with the self efforts and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed, and we should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenon is always changing, the formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself urged that bookish knowledge alone is worthless and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas life to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing in this way, we 4 learned men began to ramble through the woods in quest of God. The 3 wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Banjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, it is hot now, where and how are you going? In the woods, we replied. He inquired, on what quest are you bound? We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through the forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert unnecessarily during this hot noon sun? You may not give out to me your secret of the quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient and at heart. Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, by relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in a small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success. On saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, my companions did not like this unsolicited hospitality and discarded his offer. Without doing any question, without taking any food, the 3 began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Banjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned. We were strangers to kindness. The Banjari was quite an illiterate and unqualified fellow and belonged to a low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of this hospitality was the best beginning of the getting the knowledge. So very respectfully accepted the loaf of bread offered and ate it and drank water. Then lo, the Guru came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want, but he alone who believes in what I say will be successful. The others did not agree to what he said and left him, but I bowed to him reverentially and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me head downwards and feet up from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands or with my mouth. After suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 gatakas, 4 or 5 hours, he returned, and after taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy experience? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me and drew me near him, and stroking my head with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her younger ones. He put me into a school of how beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents. All my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought I should embrace him and keep staring at him always. If this image was not fixed in my eyes, I would rather be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home, my father, mother, and everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus, the Guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind was and intellect were silent, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. We think that the description of the hanging in upside down position in the well for 4 to 5 hours should not be taken too literally, for no one can be at ease and feel bliss if he be suspended with a rope head down and feet up in a well for hours together. This seems to be a figurative description of the trance of samadhi state. There are two sorts of consciousness, the sensual and the spiritual. When our senses and minds, which are created by the God, with an outgoing tendency meet their objects, we get the sensual consciousness in which we feel pleasure or pain, pure or mixed, but not bliss supreme of happiness. When the senses and the mind are withdrawn from their objects and are given opposite direction, that is when they are introverted and fixed on the self, we get the other, that is the spiritual consciousness in which we feel unalloyed joy and bliss, which is ineffable. The words in bliss supreme I was, and how can I describe the joy I felt, so that the Guru put him in trance and kept him above the waters of the self-restless senses and mind. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciple go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor, but ultimately they don't gain much. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes us a show of his sacredness and holiness. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' heart, and they are not convinced.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can you finish with this paragraph so that Deepthi can?
Self-realization is concerned, he has not reached that. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master mentioned above was of different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had nothing to seek. Everything became to me as clear as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the inverse suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Saidham.
Okay.
Yes. Om Saidham. Among the four, one was the Dharmarth ritualistic who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Dhyani, who was puffed up with pride of knowledge. And the third was a Bhakta who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was the sole doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God came up. And they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. On being himself Brahma incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for setting an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with a firm belief that food is Brahma, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered and how it was impossible to get dhyan without a guru. The Shruti Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor, and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effective, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof, such as perception and inference, will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, arth, and kam, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the life story of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers, and others come for darshan. Even a mahar comes and making a johar, his salutation says, Sai is the Mai Bap, true parents, who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths. So many others, such as jugglers, kundalis who sing devotional songs, the blind and the lame, Nathpantis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. The Vanjari also appeared at the right time and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the person who fasts is never at ease. Then how could he attain his parmarth, goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with the determination to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3 days fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimga, that is, holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of puran polis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery, feed his children and yourself too." Shimko holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then going through her menses, and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story, and how beautiful its import. Baba's Sarkar. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Beed. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got rupees 50, the second rupees 100, and the third rupees 150. And I was given twice the total of this amount, that is rupees 600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shela for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my sarkar, God gives, lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, take, take, but everybody comes to me and says, give, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar's treasury, spiritual wealth, is full. It is overflowing. I say, dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my lord, and the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body, earth will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. No matter where I go or where I sit, Maya always troubles me much. Still, I'm always anxious for my men. He who does anything, spiritual endeavor, will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Bow to Shri Sai Baba. Peace be to all. Om Sai Ram.
Saidham, thank you. Shekaman,
Yes,
at 30, 33.
33. Okay. Sairam.
Saidham.
Greatness of Udi. Scorpion sting and plague cases cured. Jamner miracle. Narayana Rao's sickness. Bala Bua Sutar. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. Hari Babu Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru. Now, in this, we will describe the greatness of Udi. Preliminary. Let us bow now before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the evil taints of our character. Their casual talk gives us good teachings and confers on us in imperishable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent a lot on charity and purchased fuel with the balance left with him. This fuel he threw in the duni, the scared fire, which he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach or hint by his Udi? Baba taught by his Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are as transcendent as the ash. Our body is composed of wood or matter of the five elements, which will fall down after all their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahmin is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in the world, be he a son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come here alone and we have to go out alone. It was found and it it was found and is even now found out that the Udi cured many physical and mental maladies. But Baba wanted to din into the devotees' ears the principles of discrimination between the unreal and the real, non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former taught as discrimination and the latter taught as non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for and took dakshina, and while the devotees took leave, he gave Udi and Prasad, besmeared some of it on the bhaktas' foreheads, and placed his boon conferring and hand on their heads. When Baba was in cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Udi. The burden of the Udi song was this: "O playful Rama, come, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing in very clear and sweet tones. So much about spiritual implication of Udi. It had also its material significance. It differed health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about the Udi. Scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramachandra Vaman Motar. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that he should serve no more but start independent business. Some days after, this prophecy turned true. Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house ashramam, Andakshram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this, Narayan Rao, was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the seat of pain, and so Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes of the jar stick burning in front of Baba's picture and thinking it to be Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of pain and the sting. As soon as he took out his fingers, the pain vanished and both the person were moved and felt delighted.
Om Saidham. Babanic play case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with Babanic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nane Sahib Chandorkar to send the same. Nane Sahib got this message on a road near the Tana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him at the time. He, therefore, took up some earth from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it on the forehead of his wife. The devotee saw all this, and when he went to his daughter's house, he was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thana railway station. The Jamner miracle. About 1904-05, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamladar at Jamner in the Kandesh district, which is more than 100 miles distant from Shirdi. His daughter Mainatai was pregnant and was about to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for the last 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies, but they proved in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Babu Gir Bua, wanted at this time to go to his native place in Kandesh. Baba called him and told him to take a little rest and stop at Jamner on his way home and give the Udi and Arati to Nana Sahib. Ramgir Baba said that he had only 2 rupees with him and that amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamner, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not worry as everything would be provided for him. Then Baba asked Sharma to write the well-known Arati composed by Madhav Atkar. A translation of this is given at the end of this work and give a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and was in a hard plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, Who is Babu Gir Bua of Shirdi? He went to him and told him that he was the person Babu Gir Bua. Then the peon, professing to be sent by Nana Sahib, took him out to an excellent tanga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The tanga ran fast and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The drive took the horses for watering them, and the peon asked Ramgir Bua to partake of some eatables. On seeing the bird, mustache, and the livery of the peon, Ramgir Bua suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him, but the peon satisfied him by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nani Sahib had sent these refreshments and that there should be no difficulty nor any doubt about acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamner at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature, passing urine, and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no tanga, no driver, and no peon. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring kacheri and, making inquiries, learned that the Mamladar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and announced himself and gave him to Nana Sahib, Baba, Sudi, and Arti. At this time, Mainatai's case was almost serious and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the udi mixed with water to their daughter to drink and sing Baba's Arati. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tanga, and the refreshments, etc., the latter was greatly surprised as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming from Shirdi. Mr. B.V. Dio of Thana, retired Mamladar, made inquiries about this matter with Baburao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib and Ramgir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in Shirdi Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, numbers 11, 12, and 13. Brother B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of Mainatai, number 5, page 14, and Babu Sahib Chandorkar, number 20, page 50, and Ramgir Bua, number 27, page 83, dated 1st June 1936, 16th September 1936, and 1st December 1936, respectively, and published them in his Devotees' Experiences, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Bua's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of Udi and a copy of Baba's Arati. I had to go to Kandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Arati and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandurkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was ₹2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopergaon to Jalgaon and next by cart from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmath at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At the time, plague regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamna. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and well equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to a tanga and drove me on. I was in terror. On the way to Bagur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamner early in the morning, and by the time I attended my call of nature, the tanga and its driver had disappeared. Page 83.
Narayana Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years before the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi, but he could not come. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All ordinary remedies gave him no relief, so he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision in his dream. Baba, coming to him through a cellar, comforted him, saying, "Don't be anxious, you will be improving from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao got perfectly well within the time mentioned in the vision. Now the point for in consideration is this. Was Baba living because he had the body, and was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcends both life and death. He who loved him once wholeheartedly gets a response from him at any time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form and appear before the devout Bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni, 1917, the chance of one Appa Sahib Kulkarni came. He was transferred to Tan and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and Naivedya daily to Baba, and the picture longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balabhava Sutar, the saint of Bombay named Balabhava Sutar, who on account of his beauty, devotion, and bhajan was called Madam Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, "I know this man since 4 years." The Balabhava wondered and thought, how could that be, as that was his first trip to Shirdi? But thinking about his years, he recollected that he had prostrated himself before 4 years ago, before Baba's portrait at Bombay, and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading all these saints, and how kind they are to the bhaktas. I merely bowed to his photo. This fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. To return to Appa Sahib's story, while he was in Thane, he had to go on tour to Bivali and was not expected to return within a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire after the health of the family. Then he asked for Lakshmi. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of wood and asked her to keep this in his shrine, along with the photo for worship. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sahib. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his chores. His horse fell sick at Bivali. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife that about Fakir's visit. He smarted in his mind as he did not get the darshan of the Fakir, and he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have offered not less than ₹10. Then he immediately started in quest of the fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The reader may remember here that in Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's question not be made on an empty belly. Appa Sahib got a lesson here about this. Then after meals, he went out for a walk with Mr. Chitre. Going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied exactly those of Baba in the photo. The fakir merely put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he removed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home. Appa Sahib then gave him again 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then he told that he had a currency of ₹10. The fakir asked for the same and took it and returned the 9 rupees in cash and went away. Appa Sahib had said that he would pay ₹10 and that That sum was taken from him, and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's statue returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion with the chapter 21, and may also be noted here that Baba gave rupees 9 to Lord Lakshmi by Shirdi at his last moment. Apasai examined the Udi packet and found that it contained some flower petals and akshata. Then, sometime afterwards, he got hair for Baba from when he saw him at Shirdi. He took the Udi packet and the hair and a talisman and always wore it on his arm. Appasai realized the power of the Udi. Though he was very clever, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning, but after he secured Baba's photo and his Udi, he got many times 40 rupees per month and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's Udi should, after bath, apply it on the forehead and take some little of it mixed with water in the mouth as holy tirth. Hariba Karnik in 1917, Hariba Karnik of the Hanutana district came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all formality. He offered clothes and dakshina, and after taking Baba's leave to Sharma, got down the steps of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer one more rupee to Baba and was just turning to get up when Sharma informed him by signs that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started home. On his way, he went into the temple of Kalarama at Nasik for darshan. The same Narsingh Maharaj who used to sit just inside the big door of the temple left his bakwas, came there to Haribab, caught his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee, which he intended his mind to give through Saint Mercy Maharaj. This shows how the saints work in unison. The story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and shows how they work in unison. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram.
Shainath Maharaj ki jai.
Saidham. Saidham, we will start with chapter 34. Okay, yes, Sriniti will do it. Give me a moment.
Greatness of Udi. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Bilay Shah. Three Shama Sisti in-law, four Irani girl, 5 Harda gentleman, 6 Bombay lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficient. Doctor's nephew. At Malgan, DT. Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor himself and his brothers, the medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. There was no relief, and there was no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relations advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to try Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and respectfully, and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life and to the end of time. But now carefree. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within 1 week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid, but Dwaravati. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his suffering will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hand on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udai, he began to recover, and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son. thanking Baba for the cure, which was effected by Uday and Baba's gracious looks.
After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Bombay for some businesses. But at Malagon and Manmar, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard 3 successive nights a voice crying out, "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend in Bombay to a case of infectious fever, which showed no sign of abandonment soon. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets all right today, I start for Shirdi tomorrow." The wonder is that exactly at the time when the determination was taken, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan, and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's udi and blessing. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba and visit engaged in him a never failing love for the saint feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate bhakta of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bahu, also mean as brother. Baba talked with him off and on, and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from Guinea worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "The pain is most exaggerating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This, this pain I know is for repaying past karma, but go to Baba and tell him to stop the pain and transfer the working of my past karma to 10 further breaths of mine." Mr. Dixit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dixit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the suffering and consequences of his past karma, while I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare. Why would he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his suffering once for all." The doctors was bought in the doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side where Fakir Baba always sat. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of the past action has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever come on you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Always think of Him. He will take care of you. Surrender to His feet with body, mind, wealth, and speech. That is completely, and then see what He does." Dr. Pillai said in return that Nana Sahib had put up bandage over the leg, but he found no relief. Nana is a fool, replied Baba. Take off the bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck you and then you will recover. While this conversation was going on, one Abdul was always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamp turned up. While he was attending on his work of training, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was all swollen, and then Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it. All the 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai babbled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. When Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and peeking, Baba said, Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest yourself in the Wada and you will be soon all right.
Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother, by application of the udi and by taking it in the stomach with water and without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as predicted by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother, Bapaji, was staying near Saul well. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Babaji rushed to Sharma at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Sharma was frightened, but according to his wont, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him, invoked his aid, and requested him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, Don't go there at this late hour night. Send her Udi. Why care for the fever and buboes? God is our father and master. She will be all right easily. Do not go now, but go there in the morning and return immediately. Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the buboes. Some of it was mixed with water and was given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in than perspiration set in profusely, the fever abated, and the patient had a good sleep.
Yeah, that's fine. What chapter are you in?
Next morning, Bapaji was surprised to see his wife all right and refreshed with no fever and buboes. When Shama went there next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her at the hearth and preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words, Go there in the morning and return immediately. After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba said, Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless and then calm it down and ease us. Baba replied, You see, mysterious in the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me reasonable for the actions which take place on account of Adrishta, the destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is the sole doer and inspirer. He is also most merciful. Neither I am God nor Lord. I am his obedient servant and remember him often. He who casts aside his egoism thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will attain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now, read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech. Her limbs got shrunk and contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba Sudhi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaga Sahib Dishit at Weil Parle, the suburb of Bombay. Then the Irani gentleman got the udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions, which were coming on hourly, came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. An old gentleman of Harda was suffering from a stone in his bladder. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar, city officer of that town, happened to come there at this time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some udi from and mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the udi was assimilated and the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and old man was soon relieved. Bombay lady, a woman of the Kayastha Prabhu caste in Bombay, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Ramamurthy of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba and got all the benefit of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring woman turned up and, after invoking Baba's aid, gave her udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was still born according to its fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Saidham.
Chapter 35. Tested and never found wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master. Bandra insomnia case Bala Patil Nawaskar. This chapter also continues with the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the udi. It also gives two cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. In spiritual matters and endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is with the form is an illusion, and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, what is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. Two such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to adultery. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on two conditions. One, that he would never bow down to Baba. Two, nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions, and they left to Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows: "Oh, welcome, sir." The tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of his friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once went up and forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning, again at noon. At the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only, not from her friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, "Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me?" "Baba, you ask Baba yourself," was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering, then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, "You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may." Then the friend paid 17 rupees as dakshina, the same amount the Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him with a few words of advice. You destroy the Tilly's wall, sense of difference between us, so that we can see and meet each other face to face." Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the water Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached Mumbai and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows dead on the ground, and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had met their lot, and Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was a manager in the firm of Thakur Dharmasi Jetabai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakur knew that Kaka would often go to Shirdi, stay there for some days, return when Baba permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Thakur decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The three started together, and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisin, dried grapes with seed, on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to the masjid for darshan. Baba Sahib Tarkad was also there, and Mr. Thakur asked him why he came there. For darshan, Tarkad replied. Mr. Thakur asked if miracles took place there. Thakur replied that it to see miracles was not the concern. The earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakur also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins, as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them in his mouth, but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. Then he said that in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins, and how could he force them on him when When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought and, as per his wish, converted raisins with seeds into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power! Again to test further, he asked Tarkad, who was sitting by and who also got some raisins, "What kind of grapes you got?" He replied, "The variety with seeds." Mr. Tucker was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, Tucker thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought, also Baba ordered the distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Tucker. Then Shama introduced Mr. Tucker as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, How could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether." Kaka appreciated this reply. After forgetting his resolve, Tucker saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon arti was over, they all went to masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions, but he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, "Now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this?" Tucker at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for 50 rupees as dakshina and received it. He said, "If I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him who the fakir, my guru, points out." I'm sorry.
Saidham.
Jai Saidham. This is Srinivas Kakarla here. This is Sajjan Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. If anyone is indebted formally to the fakir, money is received from him. The donor gives, that is, sows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and jnana. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Thakur himself gave rupees 15 in Baba's hand, forgetting his resolve not to do so. He thought he did well in coming to Shirdi, as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he did all those things, he was totally non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, it was the same to him. None he disrespected. He felt no pleasure because he was worshipped and no pain because he was disregarded. He transcended the pairs in opposites, that is, pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kayastha Prabhu, gentleman of Bandra, suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he laid himself down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream and abused and scolded him severely. This broke his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba in his respect. He recommended the Udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some Udi and asked him to apply a little of it on his forehead before going to bed and keep the Udi packet under the pillow. He tried this remedy and found, to his great surprise and joy, that he got sound sleep and that there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping it daily, and on Thursdays offering garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got on well and forgot altogether his past trouble. Balaji Patel Nivaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered most excellent and disinterested service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through which Baba passed in his daily routine. This work was, after him, equally well done by another female devotee named Radha Krishna Mai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he bought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son. Power and efficacy of Woody. Once it happened that Balaji's death anniversary day, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at the dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited had turned up. Mrs. Nevaskar was in a fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled and that if it fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother in law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid. It is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found that, to their surprise and joy, that not only did the food suffice all, but plenty of remained after serving. As one feels intently, so he realizes accordingly, was proved in this case. Sai appearing as serpent.